Hello. Hi, hi. Hello, hello. How you doing? Hi, Pinky. There's the music again? Yeah. It's just me or is the microphone a little soft? How's you? Meal Sunday was somewhat gentle. It's gentle enough. It's gentle enough.
Hey, hello. Remember to open up the subtitle, huh? Thank you.
There we go. Nothing bad happens, so yeah. Blessings. Although, yeah, gentle enough is something. I just it's a little concerning because of my own health yesterday. Last night, I don't feel like eating dinner because feeling a little sick, but I'm feeling okay now, so that was a little weird, to be honest. That was a little weird. So is it just me or is the microphone a lot softer? Let's check. Oh, why is it on 44%? Can't wait. I mean, I don't know why is it that. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm back. I don't need to shout anymore because the feedback is so soft. Yeah, I don't know why my microphone suddenly went to like 44% instead of 100%. Weird. So now you can dinner or no appetite anymore? Nah, I just had a hearty breakfast. Right, I had a big breakfast. So I don't know why last night I just don't have the appetite. Like, I don't have appetite, at the same time, I look at food and I just feel like I'm gonna feel a little sick in my stomach last night, so to speak, right? So it is kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Other than that, everything is pretty fine, to be honest. So yeah, it's over. Thank God. I hate that feeling because food is the only thing. Well, not the only thing, but a big stress reliever for me. Hi, Evie. Yeah, I'll take the pet. Yeah, speaking of, I cleaned up a little bit of my OBS and also my PC yesterday, since I have a little bit of time for myself last night. I cleaned a little bit, hoping that I could put Baldur's Gate into my C drive, but a little difficult because I have all the files and everything that I need to upload to YouTube, and they are quite chunky. So that's a bit of a problem. And also, Baldur's Gate is like how much? Let me check. Baldur's Gate is 128 gigabytes. So. The Yee moment, yeah, that was daylight robbery. I legit love my ass off. That one's so funny. I love daylight robbery, right? That Taken, right? I know if people take that out of context, it's terrible. I don't do robbery. So I hope you are doing good. I'm gonna open up Baldur's Gate real quick. I don't know. It's just a me thing, I guess. Every time I start my stream, my voice is just gone for a few hours, I guess. It's kind of weird. All right. Oh yeah, close this one. Oh yeah, I need to turn off. I need to turn off show genitals and stuff because I did play a little bit last night. Give all shinies or pay with your other shinies. Yeah, y'all better give me your shinies. Give it to me. No, perhaps give it to a fellow Kubur. What's going on? What? That's not normal. Wait, why is my taskbar still down there? Wait, that's not normal. What's going on? Oh. Huh.
Hello, 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 hello.
Uh-huh. Hi, Cloud. Yeah, this is not normal. Why can I access my taskbar? This is not right. I'm a little terrified. A little scared. What is this? Why? Just tap a few times to see if it fixes. I'll try. Also, let me change back the settings because I changed the settings quite a bit. Maybe here. I change the window. Window. Is this windowed? Is windowed good? I can click away without causing. Ooh, okay. Also, disable VSync. Yes. Down here, change to performance. Oh wait, it suddenly changed to full screen now. Oh, okay. It just changed the thing. Okay. Also, it fixes no more taskbar. Windows is okay if it's more than enough. Yeah, I mean, this looks fine. This looks fine. Keep it 100%. Dynamic range low. Yeah, mute sound inactive. Yeah, looks about right. And also, don't show genitals and don't show cinematic nudity. Thank you very much. Yeah, everything looks fine. So, also, I made a new character again. To check if there's like a booba slider for Dragonborn. Double checked. There's no booba customization for Dragonborn because, well, Reptilian doesn't have breasts, so that's why. Yeah, it's a little sad. It's a little sad, but hey, I see the reasoning. I see the reasoning. The Dark Urge help. So we're in Underdark. Very scary, but we're in like a little safe town. So that's something, right? That's something. We know it's okay if it's more than Ino Yip. Hopefully the game runs a little better now. Since for the past few sessions I had VSync on, and I know for a fact that VSync takes a shitload of CPU, so let's hope this works. You know, after playing several sessions of this game, I'm starting to wonder. I feel like this game is gonna be like long as fuck. And how long is like, I don't know, I feel like it's probably gonna take me like 200, 300 hours to like 200, 3 hours to finish the game. Long means long. Yeah, simple enough. So we also bought a new equipment for our friend. And also double sausage. Very, very nice. Double salami. Okay, Shadowheart now has a freaking flail. Like spell? Torch? Is this place dark? Oh yeah, the Baneful. Don't I have like another really strong weapon that I wanted to use? There's a sword that I pulled out. People say main quest 75 to 100 hours. Some others say a little bit over 25. I assume 125. I'm glad, hell yeah. Okay, where's the weapon? This one. Farah Alu. Oh, 25. Only? Are they speedrunning the game? Yeah, this is finesse and versatile. My dex is pretty high, right? Yeah, my dex is mega high. So yeah, I kind of want to have proficient to martial weapons and longsword. So the next level for Dark Urge, I'm probably gonna go for a feat of Weapon Master so that I can use a lot more weapons. 10 to 20.
What am I to do? Alright, what now?
9 to 18. So it's finesse. This one is quarterstaff versatile. Oh, this one is stronger because there's like fire damage as well. This one is pure slashing. Plus 2 acid because of ring. Yeah, caustic band. Well, now I don't know if I want to use this one anymore. Because I have the quarterstaff. I don't know. It's okay. I'll just use double sausage for now. Double sausage seems strong enough. And let me talk to you again.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries?
35 sounds about Mario and Luigi RPG tree length, so probably they went fast. Feels like it.
I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Why am I getting these? Shoot an additional dart whenever you cast magic missile. Oh, should I give this to Gale? I heard magic missile is goddamn broken. Maybe I should. They are not as expensive. But to part ways with my shiny feels a little painful. Again. I hate it. Hi, Roxy's. 163, goddamn.
Well, I have mushrooms to catalog.
How's your Baldur's Gate 3 adventure? Yeah, this one seems pretty strong.
Yes.
Looking ahead.
Think you tried more magic in games recently? Complicated? Sounds about right. Magic, I suppose. I mean, at least to me, magic is supposed to be like, well, complicated.
Never a dull moment.
Okay, we should be good.
So many minds connected.
Danger of Pinky bonking things instead of remembering spells. Bonk sounds too fun. Why am I getting shown this again? Did something change? Hunt down Karlach. I should probably do this, don't I? Mountain Pass. Find a mushroom peaker. Find Balin. I kind of want to do hunt down Karlach because it is like the first thing Will wants to do. So, it's best to go there first. How can I forget about that? I'm going there now. Okay, hunt down Karlach. Travel to the mountain pass. This is where we met Raphael, right? So hunt down Karlach is close enough. Huh? Ooh. More petrified? I don't like that. I don't like that. Talk to dragon already? Is that dragon? Is that actually dragon? Are you debating me?
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Spoiler. God damn it. Okay, fine. Fine. You get one pass, alright? Wait, how long? How much have you been playing this game? Oh, fuck. Are we dead? ADI is usually how we say already, short form. I'm dead. Hi. I don't like you. Are you triple layer? Wait, how much thing are you doing? How many things are you doing? This is Mega Bat. Hello. Just gonna eat this one. How did I get inspiration? Why am I getting inspiration from eat a chunk of the cooked one? Ah, I see. Because I'm the Dark Urge, huh? I see. Okay. Alright, okay. See, so cute. Appa cute. I don't like this thing. I hate it. 16 health. I'm pretty sure I can kill you if I can get to you. You are Dark Urge, this is real box, and shut up. This is not real me. 35%. Beholder? Aggressive and greedy aberrations that believe their own forms to be the ideal and hold all others, be it other beholders or lesser beings, in contempt. Huh. Aberration, huh? Don't have protection from good and evil. Beholder, very iconic. Oh. I'm willing to bet. 35% bet. I didn't save though. If I save here, I have to be forced to fight this thing. Hi Joe. Oh. Ah, fine. I'll save it. How you doing, Joe? Pinky wake enough now to feel. Pinky doing okay, trying 72 to 20 squats per day. Wow. That's lots of squat. Three, 5. How many attacks can you do? Why am I getting all this tutorial? It's doing like 10,000 attacks. What the hell? Okay, it's okay. Do I cast Magic Missile? 6 to 15 damage. Oh, this one's strong. Maybe I should. Oh, okay. Oh. Da, 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 da. Oh, I just need to wake you up. Oops, didn't mean to hit you so many times.
Concentrate. On my way.
Cure wounds. Wake up. Ah. Wake up. Oh wait, this is a free healing word. No, let's do Shield of Faith.
No holding back.
I think it's too far.
Two steps at a time.
Beholder seems like an intelligent being, right? No, it's wisdom. I mean, close. Oh, and dexterity. What? The fuck is you? I'll go wisdom. I'll go wisdom. No, that movement. Well, that's a little sucky dinky pinky. Okay. I'll just hit you then. You are intelligent. Okay. Maladictis. Oh, oops. Is that too painful? That might be a little too painful, I think. Oops, sorry. Are you good? Are you bad? Oh, you are still bad. Oh wait, you are bad because I killed your teammate. I think. I don't know anymore. Am I stupid? Probably. Oh, I have no action. And I'm out of heals. This is a sign of me using too much potions. Gonna threaten you, you little shit. Damn. That is insane amount of movement. Paralyzed momentum. Paralyzed. Cannot move attack actions, bonus actions, or reactions. Attack against the entity are always critical hits if the attacker is within 3 meters. Wow! Am I not supposed to be here? Because there's suddenly 10 new things I need to look for. And the beholder can actually attack like 100 times per turn. I don't appreciate that. No resistances. Are you hamstrung? Oh, I'm hamstrung. Since when? Oh, by you, okay. There's no use. They're gonna teleport everywhere. It almost sounds like someone from Sonic 06. It's no use.
I found my mark.
Will. No reaction? Seems spoiled by a gungeon version of Beholder, but it's still hype. Actually looks kinda scary now that I look at it. There's a ball of eye and 3 layers of teeth. That's a lot of damage. Wait, there was maximum damage. 14. Yeah, I seriously don't think I can win against this. Do you see how much things you can do per turn? Look at that. How many? That is insane. Too high, not enough movement. Oh boy. Man, I wish I can attack that many times per turn. That would be great. Wait, I can attack the petrified one immediately? Still hexed? Okay. Oh, I'm frightened. Oh my god. $25%. $16, even worse. Hello? I mean... Mm-hmm. Oh, the rest of the person cannot eat this because they are not the Dark Urge, is it? So they cannot eat this. Oh. I just realized because I was like, huh. Everyone else cannot eat this, but me, it's like, I don't understand. Cowards. I think just what a pussy. It's just food in front of them. Okay, I mean, if you don't want to eat this, I'll give it to the Dark Urge. It's good heal. You guys can drink your own. You guys can drink your own potions. I don't care. Okay, shit heart's awake though. I just hope this kills. Main attack 8 to 11. Okay, if it hits, I win. Cool.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Where's the meat? Yeah, only I can eat it. Sure. I hope this has no, like, consequences afterwards, huh? Hi, Narix. Yeah, I'm finding a beholder. I didn't even think it's a thing. I mean, I don't know a beholder is here. Crushing up. I'm dead. Multiple times. I'm trying to survive here, barely. Like, there's not only beholder, there's like a bunch of drow that's trying to kill me as well. Look at that. Oh, god damn it.
Behold. Witness the death of Beholder. Behold only. B.
B. Okay, unpetrified. One shot. And then bite. Nice. And then fly. No, more rays. Oh, what the fuck? I don't understand how many... How many actions do you have? No, I have to save Shadowheart. Save. I'll take it.
Crack like egg on hard surface.
Cool. Egu. Tree attack seems correct. The fuck? I hate this thing. Mess healing wood.
And this will help, please.
No, you're helping yourself. I'm trying here. You like hooting and shooting, don't you? Oh shit, you don't have any heals. You cannot eat this, give the Dark Urge. Can you have no potion?
Pay attention.
35%. Ooh, 35% is a little sad. Alright, go hot dog! You Ooh. Let them know. Also, why is that electrified? Whoa. Whoa, potion. There we go. I see a small chance of winning. Just gonna let them survive, I guess. Nuh-uh. Shit.
I cannot die. Please help me.
Nah, you're dead. I told you you're dead. Okay, frightened again. Final. Whoa, Will, damn. Healing wood door. Get up. Take Q. I'm doing it. 55%, I'm doing it. Oh, I didn't see this one. I'm stupid. Oh, God. I'm dead.
Lance board is set.
God, there's no bonus action that I can do for Gale. Shit. Well, not much I can do. Can I still attack you? Oh, cool. Of course I can. Just the right amount of distance. Look at that disadvantage. Ugh, God damn it. I don't understand. This game is too good sometimes. I'm getting juked like crazy. How am I supposed to play this game? Okay, let's go. Eldritch Blast. 49%? Oh, I'm blessed. Oh, there's still a chance. Beholder alone is supposed to be CR 13. I don't know what CR... Oh, combat rating, right? I don't know what my combat rating is, though. I'm still getting, like... like destroyed by all the other drows here. So yeah, that makes the fight even harder. Dollop. Let's go. That's good damage. We take those. Give your potion to Gale. Like one of them. If Gale get a chance to drink. Hey yo, fuck. What the shit are you? Otaku! Ugh. Fuck. This is bad. Still heroism, I think. Oh, nice. Damn. Nice. Okay. That's a little bit. Stop. Oh. Reaction? Oh, you're frightened. No reaction. Okay. Bite. Okay, okay. We survive. We survive. We survive. You are fucking dead. Matilah kau. Saya tak mau kau. Saya akan bunuh kau. Gelak. Let's go. Get the fuck out of here. And I'm gonna drink right in front of you because I don't care. Woohoo! Cure wounds. Okay, this guy is being a bitch. That's right, I'm doing it. No, I'm not even trying to kill you. I'm trying to survive here. Heroism. Your party's average level is your party's recommended combat rating. If it's equal, the encounter is considered standard or medium. My party average level? 4. So if my combat rating is 4 against a combat rating 13 or 12 of Beholder. Oh. We take those. Okay. How does Monica go? I have no idea. Oh, NTO there. Lower than that, and then encounter is considered an easy one. Above than that, then encounter is considered dangerous. And there's a few tiers of that higher it goes. Guys, your current level regardless of cross-classing. Ah. Okay, I'm not frightened anymore. You look very dexterous. Oh, 35%. It's a little hard.
No time to waste.
Oh, there's one here as well. Okay.
Time to press ahead.
Bonk! Bonk! The power of hot dog, stupid. That's right. Oh shit! I mean, I'm gonna do a long rest afterward. When I get... No, right? Oh my god, Ignis!
What should I do?
Okay, heal yourself and get a long rest afterwards anyway. Cure wounds!
Take your
That's a big heal. Oh wait, cure wounds is action. Oh shit. So party level, average party level is 4. And this is a beholder plus minion, so it's not just CR 13, more towards CR 14. Unless the game nerfs the beholder's damage somehow to tweak it to become clearable and etc. Probably. Or maybe I got so lucky. Because I do have a bunch of misses again, like beholder misses against my team a lot. So yeah, I'll consider that. I'll consider that as luck on my side. Get him! Who did you hex? Oh, you hexed this guy. Oh my god! Heal. I'm gonna threaten you. I'll do offhand. Yeet. Hello? 70%? Kenapa kamu miss? Kenapa? Thank you. Terima kasih, okay? Finally. Macam susah 70% masih tak boleh hit.
What path lies before me?
Oh, ow. Nice. That's what I want. That's what I love to see. Nuh-uh, you're not gonna do that. I mean, you did, but still. Ignis! All good.
To me.
Corrosive Strike? Oh, is this a new one? Deal additional acid damage increase to your proficiency bonus. On a hit, create a pool of acid around the target which reduces armor class by 2. Oh wait, it affects everyone here. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Sorry, Dark Urge. You know, I did mean to do that. At the same time, I didn't mean... Did I hit you? Fuck. You're not running away, you fuck. Move? Stab! Oh my god!
Battle favors the fearless.
I still want to trend you.
Coming through.
I'd say what's on purpose. Nuh-uh. They got this. Let's go, hot dog. Ugh. Yeah. Damn, hot dog. Draw poison. Hold your active weapon with poison. Target must succeed a constitution saving throw or become poisoned and fall asleep. Oh my god.
Time's running out.
Alright, you can...
Step tight.
Ignis!
Strike fast.
Stab him. Oh my god, how dodgy are you?
Favors the fearless.
You look dexterous. Yeah, that's right.
And worse. What were they doing here?
You have summoned a creature. Well, as if I didn't do that last time, game. Oh, I don't know how I survived that one, but we take those. Frey Drow Hood? How is that gonna look like on a Dragonborn? I mean, yeah, it's there, it's there. The hood itself, though, I don't know.
Hooray, hooray, confetti noises. Confetti noises, yip yip hooray.
Yip yip hooray! We did it, easy. With sausage, no, nonetheless. Lightning blast. Oh, I have this one. Focus the electricity in your vein to strengthen your next lightning spell or cantrip. Not enough lightning charges, so yeah, let's not use that. Use Misty Step. Misty Step.
That'll have to do.
Whoa! Wounding Ray level 3. Ray of Fear. Level 3? I got a level 3 spell for free? Yo! And Ray of Fear. Of course I'm gonna give it to Dark Urge. Of course.
I'm not sure.
Okay, a magic missile. You have? Ada. Wait, didn't you have 8 as well?
Always shut.
Yeah, you have. It requires level 2 spell slot though.
Still breathing, despite everything.
The more D&D we see, the more we things that Enter the Gungeon developers are experienced with it. Well, some of the things here, how many references there are, but I needed to see it all. Hi, Azalea. The Gungeon and Dragon update has a lot of deliberate references. There's a D&D update for Gungeons? Ooh. Hope you're doing good. Who who needs Misty Step? Maybe not? Doing alright, so sorting a lot of mental stuff, but overall good. Okay, good to know, good to know. Also, best of luck with all the sorting of mental stuff. Oh my god, it's a moving rock. I kind of want the loot though. Can I attack you? I'm gonna attack you with my sausage. Gosh, I don't know. I kind of feel bad. I mean, they're trying to kill me, right? Okay, look. Maybe I'm just relieving them from their pain. All right, all right. You missed against Ace. I cannot. I'm sorry. Damn, turn to dust. Oh my god, I feel bad. But I got loot though. Oh, whoa, huh? Glowing gem? Glowing gem? Oh my god.
Fall by my hand.
I shouldn't have attacked them. They're not glowing anymore. Well, that was not car luck, but still. Oh yeah, it's a visual bug, I forgot. I kind of have no idea how to get to car luck.
Here we go.
Maybe this one is in the surface. Not this one. The Karlak. Yeah, maybe it's in the surface. This doesn't make sense. Okay. Acid damage against this entity is doubled. Ooh. A heat that deals at least 22 damage can... Oh my god. Bludgeoning is doubled? +6? Oh, this is bludgeoning. There's a chance, right? There's a chance. Actually, 22. How much do I do? So what? 1d8, 1d8, 1d6 +6. Plus, I don't understand. Oh. Oh my god, I'm so strong. We take those. Alright. I need my sausage back. There we go. Mm.
What's that?
Oh my god. Okay.
Click of the wrist.
15? Ooh. There's a chance. Oh, not like that. I got this. Ah, there we go. Ichi. My loot. Of smithing? Or smiting? Need that breaking down gates is an option if you're strong enough. Yeah. We love those. Medium armor. When you apply a condition with one of your smite spells, you gain temporary hit points equal your charisma modifier. Where? I mean, I can probably sell that for money. Oh, that's a chest. Oh, shit. Oh, that's a trap. Nice. Oh, I need this. Nice. Okay, sleight of hand. Another 15. So, see, 4. Let's go. 4. EG. Nice. Oh, that's not enough. I still have 4 of those, it's fine. Try again. Thank you. Wow, cool. I went through so much, you gave me nothing? I cannot believe it. What a bully. What an absolute bully. So I guess today we're going to try to do the hunt down Karlach thing. It seems like it's a will thing then. The will thing that I need to do. Hmm?
Not a chance I'll fit in there.
Oh, okay. Oh, I remember this place. Ah, okay, okay. I remember where I am.
Over me.
Wizards can learn new spells. Yeah. Gil can eat scrolls, crack stones. Oh, I hate that. Okay, let me save first.
I wonder who or what those chains are for. I wonder who or what those chains are for.
Oh, I think if I break the chain, this thing is gonna fall down and just destroy the cracked surface. This one. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let's try it, let's try it. This might... I'm doing it. How are you holding up? Can I just destroy the surface? Crack stones. Piercing resistance. Against this entity from non-magical attack is halved. Piercing damage. A soul search is... a bludgeoning. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, well, what does that do? Minus 11 HP prone. Oh. How tall is this? 9 HP prone. I mean, I did save, right? Sure. Wee! Don't jump, don't jump. I beg of you, don't jump. Alright, so what do I accomplish here? What am I doing? Oh.
Need to find a way forward.
Spider, I don't like it. Oh, this one seems like a better place to jump. can only jump down and prone. But I cannot jump that way. You know what I mean? That place seems like a good place to land on. Don't you think? Not enough space. Oh god. Fine, I'll do the long. I'll do a long rest down there. Okay. Oh. Okay. Wake up. All good. All good. Don't worry about it.
Quite ready for you.
Now I think Gale, however, can you handle a jump like this? Minus 8 HP. Oh, Gale is not too heavy. Ugh.
With haste. The pride of the gate.
All right, all good. Everyone did the jump. Oh, is Will more thick? Oh, Will might be more thick. Well, Will. Why are you spinning? Why are you spinning? Alright. Everything is good.
Let's get going.
Do the flop. A heavy stone of the magical arts is rather rare. True. Unless they transform. Yeah. So no more short rest. I think we should take a long rest. That is... Oh my god, that's a lot of spider and I didn't mean to... Oh, okay, I can choose to end the day here. Hi, Scratch.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Oh my god. Oh, it's the best popo. It is the best popo. Nice. I hope I can get back there without jumping. Hi, Shadowheart.
May the darkness protect you.
Oh. Hi, Will.
Well met.
Okay, nothing. No questions about me letting you all jump down the hole.
Tell me, what can I do for you?
Nah, not now. Oh yeah, I forgot. I can do this. Go get him. Oh my god. Oh, Scratch. Oh my god, it's so good. Oh. Oh, I love Scratch.
Thy wheel, dost thou require a new ally?
Okay. This strange Wraith commands many powers. He allows you to resurrect allies, hire help, and change your class. Full price, of course. I'm almost out of money. Excuse me, I'm... Again, he fetches there waiting for you to get it. Fascinating. I mean, do that... I mean, Popo like to play fetch, right? Yes. Popo!
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Popo! Oh my god, Papu. I love the Papu. This place reminds me of Volo. I don't like Volo.
Speak.
You say I don't respect, so why you rude all the time? The cure. Share anytime soon. I'm feeling cold that I'd like to join me. Leave. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna do too much in the camp. So no, Volo destroy my eye. I'll I'll hold grudge to that. My beautiful eyes. One of them don't glow anymore. I mean, it's always obvious here, but man, in cutscenes, I'm sad now. Yeah, that's good enough. Oh god. Oh hey!
Food hungry.
Uh-huh. Go away, you're not welcome here. No, that's so mean. I have food, would you like it?
Want bite.
Don't. Oh, on second thought, I'll handle it myself. I don't think this. Why am I dead? Why am I dead stuck here? This is uncanny. Can I move a little bit? Just a little bit? I'm scared. Is my character fine? Oh, I see your mouth twitching, but I okay. I'm scared. Go ahead, eat. Ooh.
Eat more.
It's so chunky.
Careful. Once that thing's eaten through the camp, it might start looking at you hungrily.
No. Run.
Uh-oh.
I'm not chasing after it, if that's what you're thinking.
Come on, Shadowheart, you cannot just do that. Go get the cup. It's just a little baby. Oh, Scratch has something to say. Hi, Scratch.
The dog is unable to speak through the small bag he holds in his mouth.
What you got there, Scratch? He got the cup and he just took a dozen of soul killing to get them there. Had a whole month to eat after all. Where's the cub? They just run off. What you got there, Scratch? That sounds like
I
coin.
don't know. Maybe you can tell me. All I know is I thought of you when I saw it.
I don't know what that is. Pretty purple. Pretty purple. Yeah. Yeah. This is the best thing in the game. Well, second best thing. The first best thing is Dragonborn. Alright, I'm sorry, but still. I got a bone. Why does this bone reminds me... It reminds you of me, Scratch? This bone, part of a leg or perhaps an arm, is clean of blood and... That's not... Alfira? That's not Alfira. It's leg bone. Is it? They're not, right? I'm sure they are not, right? No. It's just bone. Oh God, what am I even thinking? Jeez, it's just bone. Where did the cup run off to? Scratchu!
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Oh my God, the tail wag. I love you so much. Oh my God, Scratchu! I'm gonna melt. I'm gonna melt. I'm gonna melt. Yes, Scratchu! Juicy apple? Where's my ball? Oh, there it is. No, don't try Scratch. Go get him. Yeah. Oh my God. That is the most adorable thing ever in this game. I'm gonna cry. You be level 2 now, even HP. Wait, what? Really? You're right. Maybe I just need to pet him more.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God, it's so good. Oh, I love you, Scratchu. I just send him against more spider. I don't know, but Scratch though. Yeah, I think there's not much to do here. No one dies. No one triggers my urge, so yeah, good. Leave camp. Oh, thank goodness we don't need to jump anymore. The slashing damage against this entity is doubled. This extra shell is tightly woven. Webbing is surprisingly tough. Scratch has 11 HP. Oh, wait a minute. 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、19、20。 20? Only 20? 21? Make it 21? 21 spider eggs? I'm sure this is gonna go well, right? Help, Cat forgot or doesn't care that he had a snack mere minutes ago. Popo! Popo! No, Scratch is only level 1 still. Do I know where this is? Oh, I know where this is. The Booyah. Crime. Some actions are frowned upon by others. Get caught and you might find yourself in a prison cell. Maybe not, I'm sure. Alchemy? Why is everything popping back up? Is that a weapon? It is a weapon. Oh, it's a club. I mean, it's not as strong. Nah, it's not as strong. I can sell them. Alright, let's get out of here. Hi, McLunch. Oh, are they gonna kill me? Yep, they're already mad pissed.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
No honor among sneaks. Silence is golden.
Shoot him. Yeet. Our dog might not be able to help.
Ready. Unseen.
Ignis. What's rare? Found a jackfruit at the store today. Oh, I think jackfruit is bolome. Oh, a bolome is not bad. Is it rare? It's rare over here, but it's getting more common. Ooh, okay. They're playing more of them nearby. Don't think so. Maybe they're just getting lucky of getting more, I guess. Nah, I have no idea. Dolog, alright. And then Ignis. Ah, god damn it. Oh, there's one more here. Hi, cheesecake.
Where do I go from here?
How's the horticulture game? It looks like Potion Crafter, the game. I only looked a little bit. Also, I hope you're doing well. Did a jackfruit by you? I think we call them either bolome or something.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Okay. No.
My faith will protect me. Have to keep going.
Ryuki, hi. How's the game been so far? Sausage number 1. The game is fun as hell. Like, there's so many jank things you can do and just have fun in the game. Yeah. Although strategy-wise, I don't think I have one. Can I love D&D? Hell yeah. I mean, I don't know anything about D&D, but the more I play this game, the more I know a little bit more. I'll be just a little. I'll be just a little bit. I'll take it.
Forever dauntless. 2 steps at a time.
Ow. Oh, there's more. Alright, who would like sausage? Oh, these are on long rest. This one? Long rest. Horticulture is lots of fun, just a lot of plant ID, plant discovery, and dealing with something bad, which is interesting. Ooh, okay. I mean, judging for the name alone, I thought it's like a horror game. Bonk. Kick. We take those.
Breathe deep.
I'm going up.
And move.
Let's end this. got to press on.
It does teach you D&D as well. That's a good part. I was confused on some aspect at first, but understands more of it after some redos and funny dialogues. Yeah. Game second grade. I thought it is, but it isn't surprisingly. But the best part of the game, you get to pet the kitty. It's almost like you get to pet the dog in this game as well. Oh my god. Yeah, don't mind me just spend like half an hour just petting the dog. Yeah. On short rest? Oh yeah. Just go bonk. Hate it here. Can pet dog, best game of the year. I know, right?
Pawn to cleric 4.
Long rest? Short rest, okay. Not enough movement. Come on, Gale, you can just cast here. What do you mean? Gale, you stupid. What do you mean? Oh, wait. Oh. Whoa, damage.
This is my time. No time to waste.
Unlike here, one can just kind of do stuff in the world. Expanding animals in games seems to be really popular. Oh, definitely. Fine. Nuh-uh. Oh my god, point blank shot. Three to 6, 7. I'm just gonna punch you. Boom, boom. Is it far enough? Ooh, we take those. I think she's gonna do normal hit. Boom!
Onward.
Okay.
I don't fancy their chances. Good move.
I love how I just started the campaign. I already failed 4 rolls in a row. Well, yeah. It does happen to me as well. Like, I think the literal first roll I got was 1. Crit once for the first 2 or 5. Yeah, it seems like a very common thing.
I wonder if the gods are watching me.
We all got crit once. Crit 1 on our first roll. Oh, I forgot about Scratch. Scratch is hiding. We got the best Doku.
Can't give up now.
I wonder what the next move is. Onward in her name.
Cool.
Might find something useful.
I can pet with a gun. No. Is it gonna hurt? Minus 2 HP prone? Yeah, sure. Not the first time. Oh! Not the first time.
No time to rest.
No chest here? Okay.
Have to keep going.
This game's really hard to level up. I just need to level up once more. Then I can choose a feat, I think. Or can I? Oh, nah. Level 2, level 2. Nah.
Let's see what this
feet needs level 4, I think. Hi, Malicious Magpie and Rocket. Welcome, welcome. Man, I still have no idea how I won against this fight. Okay, hunt down Karlak. Karlak. Oh, there it is, Karlak. How do I go there? From here, maybe? Go up? Okay, maybe. Okay, I should go sell stuff first. Then we start from the Blighted Village. We start from the Blighted Village and we go to hunt down Karlak. Bootmaker retired, the speeds and worth the misfires, not at all. It happens. Let me in. Thank you.
It'll take a while for us all to recover, but you've helped us take the first step. Of course.
Ooh, 1,000 gold. Oh my god, you're rich. Give it all to me. I think I can sell these. Oh wait, I can also sell this circlet. The Boy and the Beholder. Oh, is this book about... Okay. At least I got some money back. Well, some.
May you keep that.
What's next, I wonder?
Oh shit, is this like a Beholder lore? Alright, I'll read this one. Just this one. A shepherd's son tended to his father's flocks on the banks of the Chionta. The days grew along and the boy grew bored. To amuse himself, he called out, "Beholder, beholder!" The shepherd came running, but there was no beholder. The boy pointed and giggled. but the shepherd scolded him. "Do not cry, beholder, when there is no beholder. Promise?" "I promise," said the boy. But the next day was as boring as the last. "Beholder!" the boy cried, and his father rushed to his side. The boy laughed and laughed, but the shepherd only frowned and shook his head. 3 days later, the boy spotted a round figure floating in the distance. Oh fuck. It had one giant eye in the middle of its face, a mouthful of pointed teeth, and thin stalks growing from it, each with an eye peeking from the tip. "Beholder, beholder!" he shouted, but no one came. The beholder began to float towards him, and the boy turned and sprinted along the river. He ran and ran until he reached a high bank and could run no more. The boy cried and cowered, bracing for the beholder's deadly ray. Instead, a familiar voice said, "Turn around." The boy turned. There was no beholder, only the shepherd clad in a wooden cloak. A giant eye was pointed out on front and a toothy mouth below. Vines were sewn on the cloak's edges. "You scared me." "That makes us even," said his father as he dried the boy's tears. The boy never cried beyond. Wow. I mean, okay, it's not lore, but it's just... It's the child's story. But beholder instead. You know, the 狼来了. Beholder. A lot of you seems like beholder. Is it that like the one you encountered? Probably. So beholder kinda died. It wasn't even truly alive to begin with. Or the boy died. That's how the story usually goes. Well, not this one apparently.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Alright, let's go find Karlach. How could one not love beholders? I almost got destroyed by the beholder. They were spooky. Although once again, sausage proven stronger than beholder, so there you go. Sausage is proven stronger than beholder. Oh yeah, we killed the gnome here, I forgot. Sausage. I think that's more than? Nah, dragon wins. Can I just... Jump! Nice for the jump. Ooh, what a jump scratch. Oh my god, you're the best. Longsword is two-handed. Isn't longsword two-handed always? You know what that means? We need sausage dragon. Oh god. Oh, a dragon sausage. I'll stop. I will stop. Oh. Scratch, where are you? What's up, what's up? You found something? You want me to jump down? A scratch, that's kind of mean though. You want me to jump down? Oh my god, Scratch! The boy sniffing! What do you want? But there's nothing here though. Do I need to do some sort of a perception check? But it just happens automatically. Yump! Spice Stoner, hey! BG3 fixed it to be two-handed. Just weird that it's two-hand to you. Not me. Although I don't play D&D before, so that makes sense. Is there a heckin' yin? Oh my god, it's a yin. Oh, we found more salami. I found more OP weapon. I'm gonna talk to the yin.
Something tore right through these people. They didn't stand a chance.
Alright, scratch, wait here. Hi.
The creature's eyes roll back in its head, equal parts bliss and agony.
What the fuck?
Her awful smell irresistible. And while her blood feast has filled her, the hyena is not yet sated.
Come, see, my flesh becomes new flesh.
I don't know how I feel about that.
You hear what comes next before you see it. The sharp snapping of bones and a yelp of pain as her body starts to twist and undulate.
Yin?
You watch with cold realization. This isn't the end of one life, but the start of another.
I hate it.
Her darling pups will not be of her own species. Gnolls bring forth their iniquitous litter from many corpsed wombs, including hyenas.
Oh god, I did. What is happening? On my final playthrough, my main bourbon was doing 47 damage standard non-crit, just a +1 great axe. Ooh. I don't know. I'm just gonna use sausage all the way. I'm pretty sure. Can't handle sausage. Too good. It'll be over soon. Is there any way to stop this? Strike while the beast is vulnerable? +1 string, +2 from melee weapon proficiency. Bloated? I mean, the game wants me to do this, but I cannot. Bring forth the iniquitous litter from many corpse womb, including hyena. So does that mean Gnolls is inside this hyena? Oh, it's no hyena. I did the same thing? No? Is there any way to stop this?
No, come close. Feed the new flesh.
Bones snap as the hyena is hollowed from the inside out, forming a vessel for something new.
Oh god, I hate it. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah. Ah. The fuck?
More hate of life reared from the miracle of death. A tear almost springs to your eye.
Oh yeah, I'm the Dark Urge. I forgot. Oh my god, I forgot I'm the Dark Urge. Oh my god. What are you doing? Dark Urge agree. The fuck is this thing? Newborn. Oh, these are no. Oh wow. Okay. I'm gonna gag. I don't feel too good. I can handle stuff like this. Which is why I don't play Mortal Kombat as well. Oh. Ooh, okay, everything's fine, everything is fine. Inogu's hunger. I'm bloated with the spoils of slaughter, but still hungry, a gnaw is growing in the hyena's belly. Restrained due to sickness and bloat. True one of nature is hyena's reproductive organs. Oh my god. I don't have you about that. Alright. You're getting the sausage. You are getting the sausage. I could have punched you first. Sausage! Bang bang! In the bonk. God damn it, okay. Man, do I kill this thing first? I mean, if the bloated hyena is gonna have newborn nerd, then I don't think it's a good idea to let them stay alive. Should you unalive them? I feel terrible doing that. I don't know. Alright, I mean we take those.
That hyena's making a break for it.
Which one? Oh, I was saying this one? Oh, are we supposed to kill it? You should have told me earlier, what the fuck? Nah, you little dog are coming with me. Run? Can't get there. Can't get there.
This is my time.
Just channel in the minds of men, the hyenas are Lenny after poor rabbit. I don't understand. Is there a reference or something?
Coming through.
Oh damn. Oh my god. Shadowheart, holy shit. Shadowheart is pissed. Okay. I guess I don't feel good about doing this. Oh god. Alright, you get the sausage. God, that I feel like shit doing that.
Rough tempest I will raise.
That's maximum damage. Oh. Maybe I don't feel as bad if this happens. I mean, when that happens, maybe I don't feel as bad anymore. Alright, let's kill this. He's just gonna quote article. They be scientific and TOS friendly enough. And fictionally enlarged half-foot long that look almost perfectly like complete with what appears to be which actually are the fold and fuse. Whoa, okay. Oh, biology.
Heading there.
Biology.
Back.
20 health. Nah, there's no need to use any warlock spells. Just normal it until it's dead. On short rest. No. Is you string? You are string, okay. String. Maladictus. Oh my god, will you can you stop missing for once? Sausage. Get sausaged.
One can't always be a gentleman.
Ignis. Yo.
I've seen that before.
Well, yeah.
I'd
Hyena.
like to see it again, that's for sure.
The target specs to the first.
I reckon they've infested the entire coast.
Wait, that's how gnolls are born? In some ways. Think about it, hyenas are insects. Relatively speaking, yeah. I mean, from that description, yeah. Bob is here? Nice. Hi, Bob. Shipment orders? Read the first sentence again. Deliver the chest to me unopened. Open it and I will know because you will be dead. This is not a threat. This is what happened if you open the chest. Well, you deserve that shit, stupid. Told you not to open it, you still opened it. Baldur's Gate, a bastion of commerce and culture, rewarded only with corruption and catastrophe. Crime, poverty, taxation, burdens unfairly heaped upon the shoulders of the common citizenry. The thieves and outsiders grow fat on their teeth, while native Baldurians starve in the street. For too long the great Duke and his parliament of peers have left our gate unguarded. If you, like us, stand ready to defend it, then join like-minded individuals for a frank exchange of ideas. Join the keepers of the gate. Enough is enough, the gate is closed. I almost opened the chests. But only true adventurers fully open them. Oh wait, I did open them, right? As per my last letter, Words, I'm not about it. Too long didn't read. I'm sorry that happened, or I'm glad that it happened to you, okay? Too long TLDR didn't read, okay? Gosh, half in apple? Moisturize? I will drink. So Karlach is here? Yeah, Karlach is here. Should make a short rest.
Awake and alert.
Nice. Again, when something is a bit too long, but it's still annoying when someone pulls that in the middle of a discussion. If it's in a formal settings, then I would definitely read them lah. But when it's like a casual talk and then you just send me an essay, TLDR, sorry. I'm just really not about it.
Anything of use? Dead gnolls. Looks like someone toyed with them. Made the pain last.
Is Karlak here? Oh. Why do you auto save here? Oh, is Karlak here? Which is missing a throne, asking for payment. DOS2 reference. I'm a D&D character for my friend. It was very fun. Nice. Oh, nope. There it is. Toll collector.
What's in here?
You're the bard. Your friend is paladin. Hmm. Sing high praises for the paladin. Fire wine barrel. It's gonna explode, right? Ignis. Yeah.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
I forgot about Scratch. I'm the worst person ever. Go find the dagger, Scratch. Hmm. God, Scratch is so strong. Look at that. What does one do when the oath has been sworn to becomes undead enemy? Balancing a paladin with their oaths. So paladin's actually really strong. It's just their oath is getting in the way. We will lose a paladin oath so fast.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Yeah, the team is back. Oh shit. Yeah. Scratch! It's a Scratch! Oh my god, you're so Thorbs! Look at you! Oh my god. It's okay, I'll disarm for you. Yeah. Fire wine barrel. Oh my god, there's so many fire wine barrels. I will trigger them to explode first. Alright?
Let's get on with it.
So I'm far enough. Ignis!
Looks like a trap.
Oh!
What to do?
Yeah, everything is fine. Where am I? Am I stuck in the stone? I literally cannot move?
Elminster's not around, so might as well.
Yeah, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Hey, get out. It's just a rock. Don't worry about it. Apa fuck? Macam mana kamu mati, stupid?
At least things have stayed interesting. Can't slow down.
Oh my god, fucking Shadowheart, you stupid!
Take Tylra. Fading fast. I need healing.
You survive, kinda. Easy survive. So is this rock gonna be in our way all the time? Can we like jump? Path is interrupted. Interrupted. Oh, there it is. I can jump. Whee! Alright, don't worry about it. We're safe. We should probably do a short rest. And with your side, me means it took a detour to another continent.
That helped.
Oh. Oh. I'll just do it again.
Patched up. Pushing on.
Alright, this is traps galore, huh? Oh, what an asshole! Oh shit, I can't get that. What's that? Find the missing shipment? Oh. Where's the balsam? The balsam? I don't know what's wrong with the balsam. Oh god, the clip. Would you find the O sound? I'm pretty sure if you just type gnome noises, you'll find it. Like, it's everywhere. Oh wait, Scratch died. Oh, god damn it, I suck. Alright, we have one more. I'm pretty sure that's not gonna be a... Okay, you know what? Everyone get up. Everyone get up.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Ignis! Haha, I'm clever this time. The bridge is gone. Look, I have excuses, okay? I'm just a kobold. I'm just a kobold, okay? Don't worry about it. Chasm? So can I actually jump down again? I can't. Oh, what do you mean I cannot jump down? Oh, God. No, it's too far. There's be another way. Maybe kobold was the excuse. I'm a kobold, that's it. Okay, maybe let's head back. Stinky. Gosh. Yeah, looks like it. Nice, good shit. Mega stinky. Yes, you're a kobold. That's my excuse. I'm so glad I put that one in. Oh. Where's Karlak? Oh my god. They're always back. Yeah, it looks like they're there. I might be able to win, even with my double sausage. Yeah, double sausage is fine.
Woo 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 oh oh oh.
When the wearer casts a spell that deals poison damage, it deals an additional 1 to 4 poison damage. Poisonous robe. I mean, this robe looks good, but... man. Even if I'm like half naked, I still have like armor class of 17.
Ready and willing.
Gale does have some poison damage. You know, some. Acid is not poison, right? Oh. Yeah, acid is not poison. There's already mods for better female dragon body improvement mod. People are fast. God, I need that. I need it in there. Alright, let's give it a Gale. Yeah, in case you guys don't know, I've been I've been playing my Dragonborn like this because I'm a monk. I still have armor class of 17, so why not? Monk's OP actually. God, I hate how good that looks on Gale. It's on Nexus mod? Okay. I'll look into it afterwards. Off stream. Speaking of which, how far is the Kobold modding? Is there Kobold in the making? Confirmed? Real?
That symbol in the blood. What does it mean?
What symbol? In what blood? I don't see... if you're saying that this is a symbol, I cannot see it. Mihar don't really state people are working on it among other races. I'm just looking forward for Kobold. Oh shit, no Warlord? Level 5? I'm sorry, they all look strong as fuck.
I don't need any attention right now.
Perfectly hidden.
Seek and you shall find me. A hero at heart.
Just find from an artist and follow using it, and they posted the link. Next card is gonna be Dragonborn Mummy. Oh my god.
Better make my next move.
Praise the mods. Praise the mods. Now that I can use Twitch emotes and text. It's always has been, right? I can assume they're gonna help me, so yeah, let's do it. Maxwell emote don't work? It's probably because I don't have them. My brain can't read any word containing mom anymore without a Johnny Bravo impression. Whoa, mama. I guess we fight them head on. Why not, right? Oh, you can heal. Did they just yap? Are they kobolds? Shoot them. Yes, they're surprised. Let's go. Damn, Will is really... Wow, Will is so good at hiding. I can't even see Will. There's a lot of Ganol. Yeah. It's okay, I got this. I already won against 16 goblins and 1 troll in one fight. I'm sure I can do this. Shopping? Okay. And to recruit the guy in... Oh, Will? Will is in the grove. I just sort of talked to him and it's like, yeah, cool, let's go together. The warlock. Can't find him. I think Will is in the... after the first goblin fight outside the grove with the bitch Aradin. I hate Aradin, by the way. Then inside the grove where there's like notable training dummy, I think he's there. Doro. We take those. Yeah. He's there. Hello, I'm Gale. Hello, I'm Gale. Hello, I'm Gale. Get out. Yeah, dude, you suck. Fine, I thought that would be perfect. Yeah, I think Shadowheart should be up. Shadowheart should be above as well because Shadowheart is like the healer. Oh no, but Shadowheart is the sentinel. Okay, Shadowheart stay down here. No Fang of Yinoku. I don't know why it sounds like Korean. If you add Smita to like the end of Yinohu, then it's like Yinohu Simita. It's like, yeah, that's Korean. I'm sorry to all Koreans in my chat. I will apologize profusely. At the same time, sorry, not sorry. Alright, we are ready. Do I charge in and punch him? How strong can you be? Ah, mega strong, okay. Permanently armed. Cannot be disarmed. Tenacity, miss a 5 damage anyway. Opportunity attack, okay. Say no fiend. I don't know if I want to charge in and just punch him. I feel like I might die. But I'm a monk. It's fine. Get ready for some feast! God damn it.
Hear that? Someone's fighting the gnolls. We should help.
Don't be a fool, lad. Shut your mouth and keep your head down. Leave the heroics to them that don't value their own skin.
Fuck, what a bitch! I thought they're gonna help. Let's go, Sentinel. Hey, could you kindly, like, fall down? Like, that would be great. Too heavy to shove. Gale! Gale!
Outflank, outsmart.
He's a big boy. I mean, fair. Yeah, very big. Let me see. How? Oh. You know what? Okay, okay, fair. I would not be able to shove someone who's 100 kilograms as well. Okay, fair. I get it. I get it. Oh, we take those. No Lecorate now. Alright, Will, you are gonna destroy this little guy. Strength. Maladitis.
No time to waste.
With a shock of psychic pain, the pack leader's mind clamps onto yours.
The
You
fuck?
see yourself through her eyes, a pulsing red cluster of organs. Feast. No. The voice has forbidden this meat. Gnolls see your whole world as a meal. This voice is acting as a leash, but it won't hold them for long.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
Such a mind for the source of the voice? Elicited wisdom. Use the power within you to make her obey the voice, to brave the flames and feast on the meat in the cave. Yeah, feast on the meat in the cave. Those two is the bitch. Withdraw from her mind and prepare to strike. Did we kill them? +3 from wisdom. I mean, I would love to kill the... I would love to kill the one in the cave. Yeah, one of the guys is alright, but... eh. A coward, right? Hi, Savior. You know, it reminds me of Aradin in the Grove. Reminds me of Aradin. The one that shouts, "Open! Open the gate!" And then inside the grove is like, "I didn't ask for any help, stupid." It's like, Alright. Yeah. Yeah, let's search for the source of the voice.
A memory. The beast daubs the symbol of the absolute on a cave wall.
You're telling me that's a symbol?
Very deep, a tadpole struggles to assert control against the ravenous chaos of her mind.
Oh my god, Taco! Hello, Taco. It's been a while. How you doing? Oh, you play Mario Kart? Yo, let's go. I've been playing a little bit of Mario Kart myself. Just a little bit. Yeah, I'm faster than Narix. Let's go. Thanks for the raid, Taco. Welcome in. How was Mario Kart? Did you get any gold trophy? Just did a quickie round with the rubies. Ah, okay. Nice. That sounds wonderful though. Also, I hope you enjoy your stream. Welcome in everyone from the Raiders. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games, and I do one occasionally. It's been a long time though, but yeah, welcome in. Focus on the tadpole. How did it come to be there? You are of the same pack. Command her to devour the other gnolls. Oh god. I'm gonna focus on the tadpole again.
You see drow and goblins restraining her, a mind flayer reaching out. And then the voice, bringing order. Eating this meat was forbidden, but it would lead her to a feast.
See. It's been a while since we had the chance. Now all is well. Yeah, everything is pretty good. I had 2 cups of big coffee this morning. I'm feeling great. Coffee nice. The meat in the cave must die. Okay. Yeah. Harness her anger. The meat in the cave must die. You know, I'm doing it. I'm commanding her to eat the meat in the cave. I'm sorry, it's just how it is. Okay. Wow, I did it. I'm so good.
The gnoll's tadpole squirms, responding to your intense focus. It draws strength from you. It will protect you.
Oh.
For a moment, your throat seems to fill with warm blood spilling into you from a living vessel. Anticipation of the feast. A shiver runs across your mind. You feel sated.
Well, I guess we're not fighting them. Yeah, get him! Yeah, kill the one inside. Get him! Yeah, destroy. I'll help. That's right. That is right. Although I killed one of you though, I'm sorry. Shut up, Will. We're still good. Oh, finally a good rapier. Nimble attack. When the wielder hits an enemy with this weapon, they gain momentum for 2 turns. Okay. Finally, Will gets a new weapon. 2 to Sepong. Why are you... Oh, it's a scimitar. Oh my god. I thought it's a damn rapier. Well, Will, you're stuck with your own rapier. Yes, acid as well. I think the acid comes from my ring. This one. Caustic Man. Your weapon attack also deals 2 acid damage. So all the weapons that are in spec will have +2 acid. Even my salami has +2 acid. It's like really strong. Although, you know, there's this gold wormling staff, which is like really strong for a monk, you know, a monk weapon specifically. And also this one I can use as well. But who could resist 2 sausage? Alright, not me. I couldn't resist 2 sausage. It's too good.
I'll take that.
I don't like that sound. What ability give that acid damage for each weapon? This one. Malefic Excretion. Your weapon attacks also deals 2 acid damage. Yeah. I forgot where I found it. It's a really strong ring. Is that bad? Sorry if I missed something. My phone was about to die. It's okay. I don't think you missed much other than just me cheering on cheering on the gnolls. Cheering the gnolls to kill the 2 people down there.
She's still ravenous, her mind a hungry pit. The flesh of the survivors wasn't enough to satisfy her.
Hey, hello. Oh, look at the secret though. Exert your mental power, commanding her to leave. She wants more meat and dominate her mind, ordering her to feast on the other gnolls. Sever the mental connection, prepare to fight. God, I cannot believe it. Those two meat is not enough. Please don't hate me for this, but I think I'm ready for a fight. Okay, fine. I'll do it. What is that? That's kind of bad. You know, I should have fought them outside because we're in such a good spot. But now, not as much. Know what I mean? I want to kill all the small guys first, but now that it's here... Gnolls are scary to fight. Oh, they totally are. So bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing attacks on Blade Ward. Heroism adds something. 20%? 45%? Are you that clever? Oh wow, you have 14 wisdom, okay. Okay, this is bad. I'm just gonna punch him. I'll leave the small guys to the ranged attackers and also Will. And the monk will bonk with sausage. Actually, I want to stay here. Bonk bonk! Yo, so good. Can't kill this one. I want this one to die, like, for sure. Each deals 2 to 5. Okay, yeah. I'm not taking risk. I want this one to die. Did all of them? That is so strong. Let them know. Poor performance. Blow that loot. Sorry, flute. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Favors the fearless.
Oh, it still triggered the thing. Oh, magic missile is fun. That seems very OP. String. Maladictus. Yo, nice. What does weak grip do again? Has the disadvantage on attack rolls and strength saving throws. Nice.
Stay focused.
Okay, wait a second. Oh. Here, cleric. Yeah, let's do this one. I should probably heal Gale. Take Q. Okay, as a sentinel, stay in the middle. We got this, we got this. Yo, nice. Sentinel. God damn it. All good. We got this, we got this. No, no more hex. Okay, this is kinda bad. Or is it? No, it kinda is. This one doesn't do as much damage, but I'll take it, I guess. Yeah. Boom! That is so painful. Wait a minute. Get him! Hot dog! We take those, we take those, we take those. Okay, I guess the monk will try to kill the other small ones then. I'm threatened. Alright, how about y'all get away from me? Yeah. Come on! Oh, I don't have potions anymore. Well, I think Gil is dead. It's okay, let them know. Had a feeling. Bole Bole must believe. I will believe. I will definitely believe. Actually, you're off balance. I think I can deal a huge, chunky damage. I'm doing it. Oh, that is... I don't like that sound. What is that? Mass heal! Koporasa! We take those. Nuh-uh. What are you doing? Oh shit. Wait a minute. Oh, are you trying to find me? I think my PC's dying. Oh, saved. We take those. I'll let Shadowheart save Gale. Get punched. Boom boom. Here comes sausage. Boom. Dude, sausage is too strong. Yeah, not much I can do. Just. Will, you suck. Wake up, Gale. Take you. Do a weakening strike. Bonk. Oh my god, oh my god. Nanti dulu, kenapa? I have no heal. Wait a minute. Can you... you're too heavy. Don't. We take those. Are you ready for the bonkage of sausage? I hate it. Short rest. I'll do it. 36%, I believe. We take those.
Collect it. It might be useful.
Who's talking? Oh my god, itchy. I'm already out of short rest. Oh my god. Oh, what is this? Shattered Flail. Yidoku Simida's gift. Hitting an enemy with this weapon heals the wielder for 1 to 6 hit point, but they can go mad if they don't continue hitting an enemy each turn. Oh my god. Wait, I can use this. But salami though. But my hot dog though. It looks like a really strong weapon, not gonna lie. Being able to lifesteal seems huge.
That might be worth a look.
Yeah. Wow, Foob.
Don't mind if I do.
Oh, I think I have 2 hand crossbows. I want to try it. Am I not proficient with hand crossbows? Wait, I thought I was proficient with hand crossbows. Who is proficient with hand crossbows? I want to dual wield hand crossbows. Not you. Is Gale? Not you. Will? God, no.
Alright, what now?
I hate it here.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Curious looking chest. I wonder what's inside.
Let me just loot everything first. Slashing resistance, piercing resistance. Okay, doesn't have bludgeoning, not resistance.
Wonder what's past this.
Oh my god! 20? This is gonna be hard. Unless... Okay, thanks game. How many? 4? Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. So 5 to 8 bonus. This is huge. Okay, we got it. We got it. Nice. It's mine. Iron flasks. A flask that can hold friends and foes? Likely to make the former the latter. I can Master Roshi someone? Oh wow, that's huge. Wait a minute. I can just bottle someone up like that? It sells for 480 gold. Oh my god.
Decorated with a grinning face, this cold iron flask is sealed with a brass stopper.
Remove the stopper, return the flask to your pack. Arcana, -1 intelligence, +1 check of all trades, guidance. 10, okay. Oh, 2, thank goodness. Okay.
Disguised among the decorative elements, you notice a familiar arcane engraving. This is a powerful magical item, capable of trapping and holding a creature. The sealed stopper suggests it is inhabited.
Oh. There's someone or something inside? I am mega curious. But I feel like I should probably do a long rest beforehand. Poison mine. Oh. Man, everything is locked. Nice. It's mine. Wow. Ever vigilant. When the wearer chooses to end their rage, they gain 15 temporary hit points. How'd I get rage? Can I get that? No, if I can help it. Oh, it's Shah. Something you want to say about that, Shadowheart? No? Okay. Ah, crap. I'm too thick. These are not as heavy. This is mega heavy though. Whoa, wait, money has weight now? No. I just realized money has weight. Ah. I cannot believe it. Money has weight. Okay, this should be good enough for now.
Might be useful. Looks empty. Light on my feet.
Okay, I'm gonna take a long rest here. Yeah, let's take a long rest here. Take a long rest and then I'm gonna open up the iron flask. I don't know what's inside. I am very mega interested. Scratchu!
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
God, I love Scratch. Oh my god. Scratchu! The best popo! Must pet Scratchu. Go get him! It's so cute. Oh my god. Oh, I love Scratch. Hi, Shadowheart.
Shah's blessings upon you.
Nothing? Okay. Just gonna check out everyone.
You wish to speak?
How are you faring out here at the camp?
Wonderfully. If I'm honest, the grove was too comfortable for my tastes. I felt removed from nature. I'll miss my books, but I can find all the wisdom they contain out here firsthand.
I can respect Halsen. Oh, if there's anything I can do to make you less comfortable, let me know. You'll find plenty of books before long. I keep coming across them everywhere.
Is that so? Well, nature does abhor waste. I will keep watch, thank you. I had a feeling time in your company would prove fruitful.
Halsen cool. Hi, Will.
Well,
anything? No? Okay. I guess I have to find Karlach before Will has anything more for me, more to say. Uh-oh. What you want?
Ever since we shared each other's flesh, I've caught you looking at me with lidded eyes. And either like a coward or a fool, you tremble. Perhaps the parasite has weakened you. Or perhaps you still long for my taste.
Maybe not. You're not a Dragonborn, but I have no choice. There's no Dragonborn in this game. I have been hoping we could spend the night together again. It is foolish of me. I promise I shall stop. I think I'm mistaken. I've been having no such thoughts. I'm a pure being. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm 7. I don't want to say I'm foolish. I don't want to share the bed with you again. I just want to avoid it. I think you're mistaken.
Just when my tongue was craving a second sample. To think you'd starve yourself while gazing at a feast luscious as this.
Alright, bye-bye. I didn't think Lazo is like the most thirstiest one.
I do enjoy our conversations. What do you need?
Okay, all good.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Come here, Scratchu. Oh my god. You're the best, Scratch. You're the best. Oh my god. Oh, I love Scratch so much. Oh my god. Nice. Okay, time for sleep. Okay, as a Dark Urge, I just hope I don't kill anyone anymore, alright? Choose the heaviest. Yeah, this was 21. Wait, please don't kill anyone. Uh-huh. Okay, good.
Dear Diary, today I saw a spider. It exists. There was also a sun. It keeps our planet alive. I also saw a kobold today. They're bringing joy to our planet.
It exists. A spooder exists. A sun keep our planets alive. And a kobold, wow. I love a kobold. I love to watch the kobold. A kobold bringing joy to our planet. I mean, aren't kobolds just like a bundle of chaos energy? Chaotic energy. I love kobolds. Scratch, scratch, scratch.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Don't mind the blood stain on the floor, it's fine. Yeah, oh my god, I love you, Scratch. Oh my god. Oh yeah, hi again, Yuvi. Thanks for the pets, Pinky. And kobolds are engineers? They kinda are, aren't they? Are they? Maybe not, I don't know. Alright, let's leave the camp, open up the iron flask, and hope we don't die. I've done many stupid shit already. I mean, the most stupid one, I assume, is the... It's the reading of Necromancy Tomb. It's not dumb, it's educational. What if I read again? Let's save. I'm gonna try to read again and see what kind of... Like, what kind of dumbass would do that? Definitely not me. I'm doing it anyway, but not me.
You've seen much of the book, but its most powerful secrets are guarded by indecipherable glyphs. Without a key, they may be locked away forever.
Oh, that's it. Okay. Alright, and then there's this... If you need info from a course, well, now you can ask. Who would have more knowledge than the dead? You're right. I never cast the Speak for the Dead before. Which one's the boss? Flint. Hey, Canal. I wish to speak for a little bit.
The corpse remains silent.
Uh-huh. Don't I get to ask question? Requires long rest before you... God. Okay, where's the iron flasks? Iron flask. Wait, where they... Oh, there it is. This one. So this one has something inside. There's something inside. So if I remove the stopper, the thing inside will come out. And I inspected this thing. It is said that this thing can hold a entity. Yeah, why not? I mean, it's all about the adventure. Well, what's adventure without a little bit of heckin' danger? I don't know. I'm gonna remove the stopper.
The flask shudders in your hand, then magical energy emanates from its neck.
What the shake? Am I there?
You happy to be free?
No! Not like this. Why the second beholder? Why is it the second fucking beholder? Oh my god, I hate it, I hate it here. Okay, look. Look here, you fucking eyeball. Me buckle. Eyeball. I killed you once, I can do it again. I already have it surrounded too. I mean, it's not gonna help if this thing can just fly. Smash! Punch! God damn, miss and the critical miss? Oh my god. Wow, that's kinda bad, isn't it? I like Halberd. Cure wounds. 5 to 19, that's a big chunky heal. Take Q. Alright, that's good, let them know.
Leave me.
Doesn't seem like a little damage, but we take those. Can I shove eyeball? How heavy is this eyeball? Damn, eyeball is 110 kg. The eyeball is so heavy. Mechanical beholders are cool. Mechanical? This is a real one, isn't it?
Battle favors the fearless.
You seem very INT. No, you are very balanced. Strength, dex, con, wisdom it is. Maladictis. Thank you, that's good. Get him! Yeah! Whoa! Can you not? Can you not? Can you not? Oh my god! Oh my god! What a diggity dick. I'll save you. And I'll heal you. Take you. How much health is that? Ooh, that's 8 health. Not bad, right? Gonna go in front of your eye. This is a beholder made of flesh?
Allow me to demonstrate.
I'll show you the big boy. I hate it here.
Swiftly now.
I'm frightened. Are you still hexed? You are, okay. Dolok! Oh my god, Liu Chipan. That's 10 damage free. Dolok. Nah, not enough. I'm gonna cheat. Yeah, I'm gonna cheat. Just like that, I have full health. I may or may not have cheated. Punch him! God, all misses? Nice. Ooh. I think that's good enough. I'm gonna pull you back. Come here. Oh my god.
Kill Godro Bongo Bongo Tap Godro Bongo.
Bongo tap. Okay, seems possible to hit him here.
Finding my way.
We take those. We take those! Damn, Will is pissed. Bonk. Where are you going? Where am I going? Punch. Hot dog. Oh god. Good. Bite. Okay, we survive. I have to kill this thing first. Only two? Oh, 1 health. Bonk 'em. We take those. Let's go. And it gives nothing. Wow. Wowee. Oh, we leveled up.
Killed Godro Bongo Bongo Tap Godro Bongo Bongo Tap.
Killed. We killed an eye. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's so much? Oh, what if I monk level 3?
Yep.
Choose a subclass. Way of the 4 elements. Additional key point. Deflect missiles? Victory, yip. We yippin'. While not in combat, regain half your key points, rounded down. If the damage reduces 0, you use a key point to deflect the missile. Whoa! Use your reaction to reduce the damage from a ranged weapon attack by 1d10 plus your dexterity modifier! Plus your monk level, that's so much! And I can reflect the missile? That's cool as fuck. Although that's... oh. You focus your key and bend the element to your will, using them as an extension of your own body. Is Monk level 5? Monk level 3. Bard level 2. 5 is 1, you gain double attack? That's OP? Okay, I'll main Monk then. Way of the Open Hand. You specialize in unarmored combat, using your hands and your control of ki to heal and inflict grievous hurt. Topple? Punch twice in quick succession and possibly knock the target prone. Stagger? And will take reactions. Push. You value the art of stealth and subterfuge, bending the shadows to your will to strike without warning. Silence, dark vision, darkness, fast without trace. Okay, so this one I'll always get it. Regain half your key point, rounded down. This one is extra. Punches? Gain 3 spells? Oh, this use key points to cast. Possibly pulls the target towards you or knock it prone.
The wording of the extra attack feature for fighters is as follows. Beginning at 5th level, you can attack twice, instead of once, whenever you take the attack action on your turn. The number of attacks increases to 3 when you reach 11th level in this class and to 4 when you reach 20th level in this. Just in case Dummy misunderstood.
So I can attack, I can have 2 action points or something else? Push the target back 6 meters and knock it prone. Thanks to the fire snake. Ooh. Hit your foe from afar. Your next melee attack deal with an additional 1 to 4. Oh, this one costs 1 key point. Ooh. These spells also trigger unarmed strike. You can use key to power magic that harnesses the element. Climbable ice cube. Target can use reactions. I like this one. Expel fire for your outstretched hands and ignite everything flammable. Three to 24 thunder damage and possibly creates a surface of impact. Clears all clouds and pushes creatures back 5 meters, forcing them off balance. Reduce the target's movement speed by 3 meters. I like this one. And also, this one seems pretty good. Creates a surface? Yeah. And can regain key points here. So do you often use light armor and lighter? I use no armor. Light, I don't know what lighter means though. Okay, way of the 4. Way of the 4 elements. More health. Now I can actually deflect missiles. That's cool as fuck. Oh, I'm so excited for more Monk. Monk is heckin' great. Somehow Shadowheart is not leveled up yet. Lighter means lighter than light armor, usually nothing. Yeah, then lighter it is. Unless I find a robe or clothing that is enchanted in a way that benefits me, then yeah, I'll wear it. Otherwise, I'll just leave it naked. Something about not needing armor because one's body is the armor is cool. Yeah. 32 health, class features. Level 3 spell slots? Oh my god. The target must be medium or small corpse. Bestow curse. Curse a creature with your touch. The curse either bestows disadvantage on checks, saving throws, or attacks, lets you deal actual damage to the target, or robs us of its action. Oh my god. Blink. At the end of the turn, roll a d20. On 11 or higher, you vanish into the ethereal plane. While there, you cannot be harmed or seen in this world. Counter spell. Nullify another creature's spell as a reaction. The spell must be 3rd level or lower. If it's higher, you must succeed a check to nullify it, the difficulty of which is based off the spell's level. It's a reaction spell? Damn, you're reaction free? Project an image that's so frightening it makes target drop everything and become fearful. Feign death. Put an ally in protective coma. They become resistant to all damage except psychic damage. Disease and poison have no effect. Fireball. Oh, the classic. Grand Flight. When transformed, the target won't be able to attack, cast spells, or talk. Into a tiny gas cloud, it can't fall and fits through small openings and is very hard to damage. Inscribe a circle of arcane glyphs on the ground when stepped on by the enemy. The selected magical effect will trigger. Okay. Haste. Gain an action, become faster and harder to hit. When the condition ends, becomes lethargic. Hypnotize creatures that can see the pattern. They cannot attack you. They cannot move or act. For 2 turns. Oh. Yeah, this one is like laying traps. Call for a blast of lightning that hits all creatures in a line of eruption. Or fraction for energy. Touch a creature granted resistance to acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage. Remove curse. Remove all curse and hexes affecting it. Sleet Storm. Call for a storm that disrupts the concentration of spellcasters, douses fires, and creates an ice surface. After time around up to 6 enemies to slow them. They won't get far, they can't do much, and they are easier to hit. Stinking Cloud. Ooh, stinky. Create a cloud of gas so nauseating it prevents creatures from taking action. What? Touch enemy to siphon their life force and regain half as many hit points. Okay, so the rest is like second. I don't know. I like haste, but I don't like being lethargic. Torching everything in the vicinity. I kind of like the sound of lightning bolt. Call for a blast of lightning that hits all creatures in the line of the eruption. Seems really good on some occasion, I believe. Yeah, I'm taking that. Repair spells. I don't like ice knife anymore. Magic missile. Yeah. Okay, this all look good. All right. And will. Man, leveling up takes a while. How does this work in like tabletop D&D? Like once a character level up? Deepen Pact. Please with your service, your otherworldly patron add a new boon to the term of your pact. Blade pack holders gain an extra attack and gain an extra attack with their pack weapon. Pack of Chain Familiar also gains an extra attack. Pack of the two warlocks can cast animate dead, haste, call lightning once per long rest. You add what is required to your own character, basically. Okay. What does D&D Lethargic do? Can't be as bad as Pokemon Lethargic. Pokemon is Lethargic? Alright, spells. Oh, to trigger a counter spell I need a level 3 Warlock spell slot as well? But counter spell seems really good though. Yeah, I cannot not get counter spell. Will you cast Eldritch Blast add your charisma modifier to the damage it deals unless it's negative? That seems really good. You can push creature up to away from you, okay? Once per long rest, you can cast Bane using Warlock spell slot. Bane target up to 3 creatures. They receive a 1d4 penalty to attack rolls and saving throws. I want Agonizing Blast. Fixing your mind is limited. As you level up, you may wish to replace old spells with new ones. Choose a spell you know and replace it with other. What can I change here? Oh! This one looks really strong. This one... Maybe I don't need... No, yeah, I don't need that. Okay. Think that's good enough. So now I can attack twice? Blade pack holders get an extra attack with your pack weapon. Yeah. Lethargic Pokemon pauses every second turn. Turn 1, 3, 5. Oh, that is, yeah, that is terrible. Holy shit.
Looking ahead.
Okay, I cast it to... Hey, Beholder, can you talk?
The corpse does not respond.
Nothing? Okay. Why are you glowing? Oh, you have something?
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
What were you transporting?
Chest. Locked. Dangerous.
Well, yeah, I know what it is now. Where were you heading?
Hideout. Beneath Joaquin's rest.
What happened to you? I don't know what happened though.
Ambush. Knolls.
Who are you?
Holly. The interim agent.
Okay, thank you. Nice talking to you. How about you?
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
What's inside the cargo?
Wizard shipments. Secrets. Dangerous.
I assume they're both going for the same place, right? Joaquin's Rest?
Tavern. The interim hideout.
How do I find his hideout?
Beneath tavern. Need password.
What's the password?
Little serpents. Long shadow.
Who are you?
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
Little shadow, a little serpent, long shadow. Oh, Gil is inspired. Wow. I can take a short rest, right? Oh, was it long serpent, little shadow? Long little shadow serpent? It's little serpent, long shadow.
That'll have to do.
Nice. Okay, so I believe we've done everything here. Maybe? Hi, Brecky. I saw you were playing Super Mario Odyssey the other day. I saw you can play Bowser. I was like, oh my god. Like, Bowser looks cool in that game. But then it's only temporary. It's like, it's only temporarily. Only in one place or only in that one single occasion? Man. But it's pretty cool. I have to say it is very cool looking at that.
Well met.
There's no Karlach here. How do I find this Karlach of yours? You 100% the game? Yo. I saw you were getting all the moon, right? Hmm?
That might be worth a look.
Ooh, bloodstone. So I hope you're doing good, Bracky. Okay, I must be missing something. Why is Karlach not here? Oh, we got more Grenal. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look, we leveled up. We're way stronger now. Nice. Low ground? Oh god. Trying to avoid spoilers. Oh, it's okay. I don't think I'll be playing that game, to be honest. Looks fun, but I don't think I'm gonna enjoy it, like what else here might. Fair? Okay, no more low ground. Ignis! Okay.
I speak, they burn. It shall be done.
Wee. How much do you do? 2 to 16? 6 to 15? Plus 1 psychic missile? I'm doing this one. We take those!
On the victor's path.
Huh? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Jump. So I can cast 2 beams now? Oh shit, I can cast 2 beams! Oh, that is so good! Oh my god! Oh, it uses my action and bonus action! Okay, this is so good.
Never a dull moment.
2 key points. And I can unarmed strike. I feel so strong right now. Oh my god. It makes such a huge difference with just 1 level. Nice. Soul offering a Shadow Heart? I know what that does. Counteract. Do not react. I think that's good, right? Bonk! Yeah, everyone's totally fine.
What fools these mortals be.
Six to 15. You have 20 health. It's okay. I'll cast level 1. Oh, there's so much damage.
No holding back.
Nothing will stand in my way.
I'm gonna do it again. Monk. Snake. Oh, the power snake. Can I punch again? I'm gonna double punch. That's a single miss. I almost killed it. Get him. Yeah, we are mega strong now. An open letter on oppression and peacocks? Peacocks? What? Peacocks? Oh, wait, I can use a spear. What efficiency of this weapon type unlocks? Don't know what that is. Still, nothing beats hot dog. I'm not gonna change weapon anymore. Inferior Slopping Hand. This is a letter to the editor of Baldur's Bash, a tabloid notorious for its controversial articles. Dear editor, I find it despicable, nay, diabolical, that you would defend Baldur's Gate's ridiculous restrictions regarding animals in the city. No animal larger than the peacock may gain entry? How archaic. My darling gazelle is the most well-behaved bear you will ever meet, and yet to spend time with my child, I must visit my summer home in Cormyr. I call upon the Parliament of Peers to resolve this issue immediately. The emotional and psychological well-being of the people of Baldur's Gate is at stake, and I shall take this to the highest of authority should it not be dealt with accordingly. Right now, Gazelle cries out for her father. This archaic policy has separated the child from her parent. I don't know how Grand Duke Older Ravengard lives with himself. Yours faithfully, Mr. R. Pickens. I can see why. Alright. Let's go mug a dragon. Nah. I roll to seduce the dragon. Oh, wait. Shieldheart level up. Destroy undead? When you successfully turn an undead creature, it also takes 4 to 24 radiant damage. More spells. Mass healing word, there it is. Glyph, Feint, Death, Daylight. Ooh. Call for spirits to protect you. Nearby enemies take 3 to 4 radiant damage or necrotic per turn, and the movement speed is halved. Caster can't become invisible while concentrating on this spell. Speak with Dead. Revivify. Well, you can just have Revivify. Trickery domain spells. Your ass will regain the maximum hit points possible when healed. They also gain advantage on wisdom saving throws and death saving throws. That's really good. This is also concentration. Seduce dragon to mug them? No! Look at all the heals. What a cleric. Yeah, that's good enough. There's not much to look at. Just heals and more heal so that my team doesn't die. I mean, Shadowheart has all these healing equipments. Oh wait, you are not proficient with medium armor? Oops, I didn't even check that one. Wait, are you proficient? Wait, you are proficient. What was that? For a split second it says that... Huh? I don't get it. I think it's just bugged. A little bit of a bug.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Honestly, guys, let me do a quick save. I think I want to go, you know, take a small break. I just want to take just a little break. You know, at the same time, you guys can stretch some bones or drink some drinks. You know, I'm gonna hydrate a little bit as well. Good break, hell yeah. Uh-huh. Right, I'm taking a small break, but I'll be right back as soon as possible. Okay. Remember to drink. And rocks is stinky.
Chug chug chugga 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 choo choo seep seep.
Hello. I'm back. I'm ready to play more. Sir Kaito, hi. Been a while. Welcome in. I hear bear. Sounds and bird noises broken by a hello. Yee. Hopefully I didn't jump scare any of you. Death. Death. Kill? Nuh-uh. No more bear noise. Push Shadowheart? No. No one's dying. Okay, I don't know where Karlak is. Maybe I need to go deeper in. Or is it because I'm too late so that I cannot continue with the quest anymore? I hope that's not the case. Oh, collector's key?
A key. Wonder what it opens.
Now that me thinks about it, darker sounds perfect for you. Usually nice with a random murder and violence here and there. That's a little concerning. Are you Karlak? Oh, we found Karlak! Wait, the thing lied to me. The thing says it's here, and then Karlak is here. What? Yeah, they look like running hot. Oh, it's a demon. A furnace flames crackle within your infernal engine, setting it ablaze. Toggle non-lethal attacks. Ooh, barbarian. Will says wants to kill Karlak, right? Hello.
One horn, the stink of Avernus. Advocatus Diaboli.
Well, I'll be God's damned. The Blade of Frontiers. Thought I'd shaken you for good. That'll teach me to underestimate you.
Karlak looks really good. Wait a minute, Karlak looks good. Ayo? You're the devil we've been hunting, Karlak, right?
Bloody right. An honor to be chased by the Blade of Frontiers, but I...
A great heat roars through you, her heat, fiery as the hells. Then you're lost in visions of demonic armies as you tear through a landscape of fire and blood, the Blood War. You saw it from above as the Nautiloid passed through Avernus. This woman was on the front line.
What was that?
Evidence. Proof that you're a devil. A gladiator in the archdevil Zariel's army.
I can explain, but it's a whole situation. If you just hear me out...
Another vision. Karlach's blade raised, slicing through devils, Zariel's servants, as her eyes dart around, seeking escape. Her rage and desperation seep into you. She is a victim of the Blood War, not an agent of it.
Oh no.
She's trying to trick us. Don't believe her lies.
That's not lies.
You saw the truth. I never wanted to serve Zariel. I was enlisted in her army against my will. Forced to fight, and fight I did. When I saw an opportunity to get away, I took it. Finally home. Near it, anyway.
You served her. That's enough to damn you.
That's not... They cannot lie. She cannot lie about that. 200%. It's impossible to lie when the tadpole is showing. We've seen this hundreds of times. It's not a lie. Looks like you found your mark, Will. Let's send her that. No, I don't think I want to kill Karlach. She's a victim here. Why are you so worked up over this? Stand down, you saw what I saw.
Will catches his breath and his lips straighten. Sheer dread twists his face.
You don't know what you're saying. You're asking me to trust a devil.
God, you're stubborn. And Karlach's not a devil, you know it. You saw her thoughts. She poses no danger to the Sword Coast. What if one mastered the art of having a tadpole in brain? She doesn't even know what's going on. Like, if she can, I'm pretty sure she would just say what the fuck in this game. when our brain connected, she would just straight out say, what the fuck? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm kind of curious though. This game is like mature rating. Yeah, this game is mature rating. Why not swear in the game like this? Makes the game feels a little real. You know, I would swear in a situation like that when our brain connects like, what the fuck, man? It's like, yeah, I just my own thoughts. It's fine, it's fine. You saw a thought. She poses no danger to the Sword Coast.
You know monsters, right?
Oh, Will approves.
Better than anyone. Look into my eyes. Can't you see I'm not what you think?
Shit. You really are no devil, are you? I've been deceived.
Thank you, Will.
Oh, thank the gods. Thought I was gonna have to take your head.
You would have died in the attempt. But there have been
Yeah, he said shit. Okay, my point taken.
Aye. Truce.
Truce.
Karlach. But you already knew that. And you are...
I'm the Dark Urge.
Well met, soldier. Nice to meet a friendly around here. It's been tough going so far. I may not be a devil, but I can put the Blade's reputation to work. How would you feel about helping me kill some evil bastards? Little background, if your moral compass needs something to point at. You already know I fought in the Blood War. I was good. Really good. Turns out, I've got a knack for killing demons. That made me a valuable asset. Zariel, the archdevil herself, made me as her personal attack dog. I played along until I could get the fuck out of there.
Oh.
But devils don't like to lose their assets. Zariel liked it so little. She sent a bunch of goons, so-called paladins of Tyr, to take me back. Problem is, I'm not going.
Tiny, very tiny note. Game is a bit quiet, not much. Yeah, I was feeling the game is a little tired. Quiet, not tired. Let me up the overall output a little bit. It was minus 13.8. Let me put it at 12. Minus 12 dB. She said fuck. I stand corrected. This game actually does swear. I appreciate that. Octopath Traveler to remove the nouveau. There's hope for Street Fighter 6 yet? Yes, please. That would be great. Let's send them back to where they came from. So you want me to kill the people hunting you? Why should I do your dirty work? I have my own problems, I need yours. So you want me to kill the people hunting you?
Don't worry, I'll lead the charge. But I could use your help. There's a lot of them and only one of me. After that, we can team up. Take Faerun by the short hairs. Sound good?
I like her. She looks like she could throw me over her shoulder and carry me to safety, should the need arise.
Shadowheart. Shadowheart likes her. Sure, let's do it.
Fuck yes! They cornered me outside the toll house just up the hill. Doubt they've gone far after the scorching I gave them. Hang on though. Looks like you've got enough backup at your side. Not sure there's room for me. I'll catch up with you when it's time to camp for now. But don't get to any of the fun stuff without me. Got it?
Oh, so I need to bring...
You've been witness to a pantomime, I'm sorry to say. And I've played my part all too poorly.
Mistakes happens, Will. Someone set you on Karlach's tail. I'd like to know who the source of yours is. If you weren't so useful, I'll drive a dagger through your skull. What's it supposed to mean? Lay it out plainly, Will. Yeah, someone said Will to Karlach's tail. And Karlach doesn't seem bad. Maybe they have misinformation on Karlach serving Zariel, which I assume it's a bad person. But I would like to know who his source is. That would be great knowledge, no? Carrying some of the safety is a good skill, and it's very well possible to carry people bigger and heavier. Maybe bad, maybe yeah, I was thinking about that. Misguided is the word. But I can't tell. It sounds like HQ being misguided is a little sus, to say the least, right? That's a little sus. HQ is supposed to be the center mind of every knowledge possible, and they're being misguided. Maybe they're untrustworthy then, you know? It's a huge misguide then. All right, then tell me who your source is.
I can say only this. Karlach's not the only one who's had a villain's knife held to their throats.
What's that supposed to mean?
The truth will out before you know it. One night soon when we make camp, the veil will be lifted, and I'll pay my penance.
It's intriguing, a chance to see the blade score. Wow, this game. Engaging comic, hi! Why are you yelling? Hello. Oh my god, this is so adorable. God Dirk, ooh, dragon? Very intrigued. Penance, should I be worried?
You're not in any danger, I promise.
Sussy streamer is Seuss today, but still very cute. Yip, meow yip, yip cute. Adorable even, yes. And Pinky IK is cute too. Very boopable. Very cutie. Much tasty.
Are you... Don't eat. Are you trying to eat someone? No. Also, I hope you're doing good, engaging comic. Yeah. So are we not supposed to kill?
Where there is kobold, there is yelling. Yippee!
Is it bad that I want to switch out Gale? And I want Karlach in the team? Where there's kobold, there's yelling. Yip! I'm just gonna yip, haha. I kinda want to change. Yeah. Gale amazing, he may deserve a rest. Yeah. And having a barbarian on my team sounds good. Can really put the 2 hot dog to use.
Lovely day this, for now.
Okay, let's go to the camp. Ooh, hi Karlak. Why am I playing as Gale?
Let's get going. What's the story?
So how did you end up fighting in the Blood War?
Trust me, I'll tell you all about it after we take care of the goons on my tail.
In your expert opinion, what's the best way to kill a devil?
Depends on the type. Ice devils hate an inferno, but that's an easy one. Orthons love projectiles. What they don't love is getting their bombs lobbed right back in their faces. Demons, on the other hand, every demon is absolutely singular. You can't ever think you've got them typed out. Sharp instincts, sharp weapons, and a knack for improvisation. That's the only way to survive them. Anyway, what were we talking about?
Okay, I like Karlak. This isn't where I thought I'd end up. How about you?
Funny you should ask. I was just thinking about what would have become of us without that Nautiloid. I mean, I know where I'd be. Trapped in Avernus still, with the Blade of Frontiers on my tail. But what about you?
This is all there has ever been. I remember only snippets of Red. I'll be back at my home, not a care in the world. I'll be in the middle of another adventure, blessedly free of any tadpole. So much has happened, I can barely remember what life was like before the abduction. I remember only snippets of Red. Is this Darker speaking? This is all there has ever been. This might be Darker speaking, I don't know.
It'll come back to you. Maybe you'll recognize something we passed, or maybe we'll find out what happened to you. I get the feeling we've got a long road ahead of us. I hope we find you some answers along the way.
Thanks, Karlak. Red like the blood of victims? Probably. Alright, Gale. I think you're gonna take a rest.
A devil and devil hunter standing shoulder to shoulder against a common enemy. Rather poetic, I think. I question the wisdom of that decision, but so be it.
Perhaps we'll travel together again later.
I'll be here in the meantime, idling away the hours.
Thanks, Gale.
Hello, 911 emergency? There's a handsome guy in my camp. Oh, hey, wait a second, it's just Gale.
It's just Gale.
What can I do you for?
I'm drawn to violence, to blood, obsessions that could become compulsions.
Well, look. You've said it, right out loud. That takes guts. The guts you'll need to change. Or at least make sure you're channeled in the right direction. I've got enough enemies who could do with a good bloodletting, you know?
I have no memories where I came from, or of who I really am. Is this part of Metamorphosis?
I don't think so. At least, I still remember everything, in more detail than I wish. But as for what's going on in your mind, and maybe in mine, I'm certain there are answers out there. We'll find them together.
About those paladins you want us to confront, channeling into hugs.
Yeah, let's go straight there. Whatever those fucks are getting up to, it's nothing good. Just to say, by the way, they're not really paladins. Lackeys of the Archdevil playing dress-up as paladins of Tyr. No honor among devils.
Damn, alright, come on, we're heading out.
Hell yes.
Hell yeah. You're probably showing the side of a screen. I know, what the hell. Thaumaturgy? Cantrip. Transmutation. Gain advantage on intimidation and performance checks. Wow. Prepare. 6 meters movement speed to deal an additional 3 slashing damage with your melee weapon this turn. Attack with 3 enemies at once. Whoa! Damn, Karlach! Okay. Crack, stab. Why is this stabbing? Danger sense. Advantage on dexterity saving throws against trap spells and surfaces. To gain this benefit, you can't be blinded or incapacitated. Reckless attack. Until your next turn, you have advantage on attack rolls, but enemies also have advantage against you. Oh, Barbarian is straight to the point. There's not much to do. You can now rage more times per long rest. Oh, free speak with animals. Chosen subclass Wild Heart. Legacy of Avernus, Searing Smite. It takes an action and bonus action. Deal an extra 2 to 12 fire damage and set your target on fire. It takes 1 to 6 fire damage every turn. Wow, shit. Did Beast inspire your rage? Empowering you with supernatural might. Barbarian go bonk, very good, very wild. Sounds fun. Raging tanks. Crack stab. Oh no. Wait a minute, so Kaito, where's that stabbing? Violence is both a means and an end. You follow a path of unrammeled fury, slick with blood as you thrilled in the chaos of battle, heedless of your own well-being. Wow. Your rage turns into a frenzy. You gain frenzy strike and enraged throw. You can also make an improvised weapon attack as a bonus action. Rage ends early if you don't attack an enemy or take damage each turn. Well, raging. The wild influence of magic has transformed you, suffusing you with an arcane power that churns within you, waiting to be released. Wild magic? All the magic growing inside of you, causing a random magical effect. Anyone within range adds their proficiency bonus to saving throws against spells. Ooh. Diving strike. Also disadvantage on opportunity attack against you, and you can use dash as a bonus action. Oh. Resistance to all damage except psychic damage. While raging, you can use unrelenting ferocity. You can use Tiger's Bloodlust and your jump distance increased by... Oh! Inciting Howl? I'm gonna start an owl? And your allies here have advantage on melee attack rolls against enemies within 2 meters of you. That sounds pretty good. So it's either wolf or eagle. Eagle seems really good. Because I can use dash as this bonus action. Yeah, eagle is really good. You won't take falling damage, you must be above your target, requires rage. Eagle piercing? Do I need to have piercings for this? That looks painful. Wow. I mean, I guess? Okay. Alright, ego heart. We good. New feet. Okay, so I can always change here. Great Weapon Master. We will land a critical hit or kill a target with a melee weapon attack. You can make another melee weapon attack as a bonus action. Attacks with heavy melee weapons you are proficient with can deal an additional 10 damage at the cost of -5 attack roll penalty. Huh. Stinky. Stinky. Sentinel? Target ally must not have the sentinel feat. Okay, maybe not. One sentinel is enough. When making weapon attacks, you roll your damage dice twice and use the highest result. Okay, that seems really good. They level fast users for not leaving them behind. Can still choose the ability so you're not stuck with a suboptimal build. Yeah. Yeah, I'm choosing this one. It's too good. That's a lot of health. Movement speed increased by 3 meters while not wearing heavy armor. Extra attack? Can make an additional free attack after making an unarmed or weapon attack. If you gain an extra attack feature from more than one class, they don't add together. I can attack twice? Let's go, Karlach is OP!
Thy will, dost thou require a new ally? Very well.
Impossible. 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 Impossible.
Ooh. Alright, let's leave camp. We're all good. Now we're gonna go kill those, well, pseudo, not real paladins. Oh my god, Karlach is so big! Karlach cool. Okay, up here. Oh, you have something to say?
You knocked it
corpse regards you lifelessly.
How did you die?
Jumped to escape. Broken.
Where were you heading?
Anywhere. Away. Safety.
Do you have any valuables? Actually, who are you?
Vance. Toll collector.
So I guess when he's trying to get tall, he get bullied, so he's trying to run away.
Gold. Basement. Locked.
Where's the toll house key? I found it though.
I fell. Dropped key.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
Okay. Why the heck ask for valuables just look and see if there's a key? There's no key on him, but I already found the key. Basement, he says? It's okay, I'm sure we'll find a use for them.
Right. Time to skulk about. Mustn't let anyone see.
Silence is gold.
Making me sweat. Does this count as adventuring?
I think failed. No, I would say hiding past. Oh wait, they're a trader. They're not like inherently red.
What's next, I wonder?
Let's march. Still breathing, despite everything.
Right, let's go talk to them. Hi.
Keep that beast away from us, you hear?
Me, the beast. Now that's fucking rich.
I like Karlak.
Back, beast, back!
Can I even trade with you? Oh, salami! I think it's also an 81 has been missed during exploring. How about this, Karlak? Temporarily you hide, alright? Up here.
Steady. Still alive, so that's
Because I want to sell thing. I want to sell something. Open salami. Hi.
Back, beast, back!
The fuck?
Back, beast!
Trade. I cannot trade. Battle axe. Ooh. Ah, shit. This is why I want to sell things.
There's no time to waste. Still in control. Just.
Cool. So Karlach uses two-handed weapons, right? Okay, this is good enough. A baguette. Baguette. I found baguette.
You're making me sweat. I've got a long road ahead.
Can I cast Speak with Dad here? Is she gonna kill me if I cast Speak with Dad here? I don't know. I mean, I can have a trade with you, you suck. Back, beast back. Hi.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Yeah, tell me. You killed the pack of gnolls, how?
The pact. Power.
A pact? Which devil did you deal with?
Fallen. Lady. Zariel.
Ah, I see. Why would you say a pact with the devil?
Power. Strength.
Fair? How did you die?
Zariel's brute destroyed me.
Who are you?
Infernal servant. So long I've forgotten. Why?
That looks brutal. Yeah.
The spell's power wanes.
Speak with Dad. Insane. So now we know. They actually serve Zariel. Oh.
Please, no more. Leave us in peace and we shall leave you in kind.
Are you sure?
Cut the crap, Anders. I know what you are.
Don't let her hurt us. Please, we just want to go home.
Carl, like these people seems harmless. You can drop the eye. I know you're servants of Zariel. Access his posture, his eyes. Is he telling the truth? Yeah, from the Speak with Dad, we know that they serve Zariel. But you know, let's roll for insight. How about that? Yeah, why not? +2 wisdom, +3 insight proficiency. They don't even stand a chance unless I roll 1. There we go. You don't need to tell me. I'll investigate.
There's something in the squint of his eye. You suspect he's lying.
The little smirk. Enough this charade. I know who you really are.
Enough. Enough. I'll not play pretend anymore. Karlach, you're going home in pieces if needs must. And you'll soon learn what it means to ally yourself with the likes of this garbage.
Avernus was never my home. It was my prison. I'm free now. And I'm never going back!
Damn, Karlach, let's go. I'm with you, Karlak. I'm with you. Let's go. We gotta beat the shit out of them. Here comes Snake. Here comes Punch. Here. 2 health. They're almost dead.
Kill, kill, make dead. Yay.
Yay. Actually, it's been a while. Yeah, let them know. Oh, this is so good. Hunter's Mark. Divination spell. Make a creature acquire with divination on the sea whenever hit with a weapon attack. On Karlak? This might be a bit of a waste. It's not, it's okay. Ooh. What? Oh my god, so many pets. Oh my god, so many pets. I'll take those, thank you. Why can't I get them? More, you're level 5. Necrotic damage? Sure. But let me run there first.
On I go.
What do you mean cannot get there?
Cut it out. It's worse than gnolls out there.
Nothing we need to worry about.
How about a dragon? Would that worry you?
I'd give it a bloody good fight, that's for sure.
Only thing you give a dragon is bad gas. At ease, friend. You're welcome to rest here.
Did they? No, I'm here to kill you. You're bullying Karlak. Little shit. Ugh. That looks kind of spooky. Are you strength? And charisma? Oh shoot. Oh, you are charisma, okay.
A bright idea.
Maladictic. Disadvantage? Oh, target is too close. Oh, oops. Stand a little further away. Hi, Starflight. Thanks for the pets. Hi, Jade. Dragon sausage? I know where to get them. Where? Share? Come on. You're gonna share? Come on. Dorlo.
Ready for another round?
Evocation spell? No, it's often how one dragon would be a challenge for a party. What if dragons make a party? Yeah, that's a thing. What if they make a party? I can't share my... Oh, okay, that's fair, that's fair. That is 100% all yours. Reckless attack? extra attack make action pack. After long rest? Oh, these two is after long rest. Okay. I'm just gonna do a normal. Nah. Reckless. Yeet! We did it. E.T. Hold person? Nuh-uh. Trying to hold person? I'm gonna bonk you with my sausage. Get the fuck out of here. What? Another one. Sausage. Because by the laws of gravity or some shit, they go and start attacking everyone. What does C mean? Because the dragons what? Something about how one dragon will be a challenge. Because dragons are considered as a BBGC, 4 dragons try to squeeze to the dungeons. Can't even have a pet dragon. That's so sad. Big bad guy cute. Big bad guy cute. I love that. I'm a big bad guy, but I'm pretty cute. Honestly, yeah, all dragons are pretty cute. I love them.
These boots have seen everything.
You're just nuh-uh, I'm not biased. What do you mean I'm biased? Dang it. That hurts. Let's go mega cure wounds. I mean mega. 14? Is that like the lowest heal possible? You know what? More cure wounds. Let's go. Heal up, Karlak. Karlak's chunky. Also, I'm not biased. Can I jump up? Interrupted. Okay, fine. Cannot reach. Cannot reach destination. Oh, everyone is too thick.
Bye forever, pal. Heading out.
Hi. I'll do a big boy on you. Oh, what else can I do? Bonus action? I still have 2.
The PlayStation came out closer to the moon landing than the present day.
I am mega pissed. I will above 2 meters above target. Okay. I will destroy you. One more attack. I will destroy. Bing. That is so fucking good. You're a Kobo. Kobo are natural simp for Durgans. Yeah, no, what do you mean? I don't just simp for dragons.
Hello, and welcome.
Beardless cannon. Hi. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I don't just simp for. Nah. Nah. Alright, here comes the hot dog. Hi, Legs. My Professor Dragon, I can't be in the campaign against them. Hot dog!
I'm never going back. And if any of Mummy's little friends want to pick up where the others left off, they'll find nothing but a pile of ash.
Tear this place apart. Tear this place apart. Hope you're doing good, Lex. Where's... oh my god. Because Kobo... because Kobo? Hey yo, hi, how's the game? Look, the game allows me to play a Dragonborn... okay, wait, let me rephrase that. The game allows me to play a double sausage wielding naked gold Dragonborn who can also punch people. I would say the game is fucking great. 10 out of 10 from me, easily. No bias, no bias. You know, tear this place apart. Fuck this shit.
Zariel's gotta stop fucking with me, you know? I'm done with it. I'm done with her. I'm free. I'm free.
Ow. Hey. Whoa. Carla, give me a second. Where you going? Carla, wait. Don't just go out there. Come back. I mean, I did say tear this place apart, but still. Carla, get destroyed. Where's Carlock?
What's cooking?
I cannot control car. I cannot control car. Oh. Okay. You do you. Tear this place apart. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, she is so pissed. Oh, she is mad pissed. Okay, there we go.
That ought to do it.
Welcome back, Rocket.
Had to let off a little steam after facing off with those ignots. Granted, the fire's lasting a little longer than it should. How do I look?
Hot. Hot. Look, Karlach is now the only person in this game that is not a Dragonborn that I kinda like. Yeah? Typical Berber. Still standing, no. She seems a tad angry. I can kinda understand. Nah, no Gale for me, sorry. Hot. Like you should have melted a long time ago. How can you stand it? She's a... don't know what that... demon? I don't know. Hot.
Careful, soldier. If I burn any hotter, I might...
She approves.
Hear that? Infernal engine for a heart. Lets me burn as hot as the hells. Seems to be running in overdrive since I left Avernus. Won't be seeing my mechanic anytime soon, so I'll just make the most of the extra heat. Just don't get too close till I've found a way to calm it down.
What does the engine allow you to do?
Burn, baby. As hot as I can tolerate. Makes me a beast in battle. Hardly remember what I was like before it. But it's a bit early in the game to be getting into tragic backstories. Let's save the scar show for later, after we've worked up an appetite for tragedy. Meanwhile, I'll need to find someone who can tune up my engine sooner rather than later. Believe me when I say this thing is hot. The first time I faced down those paladins, they let slip there was an infernal mechanic in the area. A tiefling. He might be able to stabilize things, if I can find him.
Oh, I think... yeah, it's Damon. And Damon is already, like, ran off. There's some tieflings hauling the druid's grove nearby. Look, we're already so deep into the game. Grove, the tieflings in the grove is already like run off because we already killed all the goblins. You're on your own, Karlak. I'm sorry. What if they mean Demon, a tiefling weaponsmith?
A weaponsmith, huh? Not sure if he's the guy, but I'd love to find out. A tune-up would do this rusty heart a world of good.
Bet that will fit in my bag.
Why are there so many grunting noises? I'm sure Will is fine. He got stuck. I was like, why is there so many grunting noises? Like, what the fuck? Well, I'm sure he's fine. Ah, damn! This is so much stronger than Dragon Ball. Oh my god! Where's my Dragonborn? Hi?
No one stopped me yet.
He's going to die from fall damage any moment. Nah, I'm sure it's not gonna happen. Can I look inside the house? How buggy is this place? What the fuck? Oh, thank you. Oh, something?
So, hey, we've got this soul coin, right? Thing is, I think I can use it. My engine can, anyway. Zariel used to top me up every now and again when she wanted me to go after an especially wicked target.
Aren't you afraid this is going to overload your engine? Got a coin slot in your heart? Or what? Soul coins are just that though. They contain people's soul. I'm not sure you should be using them. They are already coins. They are already called. Okay, I mean, yeah. Aren't you afraid?
Nah, it'll be fine.
I like her. Let's find out. Go and try it now. Got a coin slot in your heart or something?
Sort of. Next time we find ourselves toe-to-toe with something we want to squash, drop a coin in. See what happens.
Intriguing. Next time we're in battle, we'll make sure you get one. Try a coin now. I want to see this in action. Not sure this is a good idea. A soul coin belongs to whoever soul created it. They're already a coin. Binding things and binding soul to things is scary. Yeah, it is something like, you know, what the heck did on my previous session? No, 2 sessions back. Make sure you get one.
Fuck yes. Now I just need something to sink my teeth into.
Yeah, Will is fine. Don't worry about it. It's just grunting. All the grunting noises. Smoking hot girlfriend. Look, if I don't get a Dragonborn, then I guess Karlak would be the next best thing, huh? I'm not too picky. Okay, I might be very picky. Actually, I'm mega picky. There's no Dragonborn in this game. This game is now 9 out of 10. Sword of Justice. It's a great sword. Would you want to use that, Karlak?
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
6 to 16. It's stronger. You can have it.
Grunt, ow, ha, a, m, o, a, m.
Is Will like forever stuck there? I hope not, but still. Will. Oh, there's a hatch. Fuck. Oh my god, I'm too easily amused. Goddamn. Oh shit, that's so good. Okay, let's do a save. I'm gonna get into this hatch. Oh no, what's wrong? What's with the oh no?
That corpse smells ripe. Enough time for its killer to have moved on.
Always room for more.
Everything is mine. I need money. More salami.
Each soul coin was infused with the soul of a single creature. The soul was tormented and filled with despair. As a result, any creature of a non-evil alignment was only able to carry a few coins at a time. A creature of an evil alignment was able to carry as many coins as they wished and was eventually destroyed. It was impossible to release the soul within a good alignment. They were transported to the realm of an anti-curse spell. If the soul was of an evil alignment, they were transported to the Styx and transformed into a lemure.
Lemire. Why don't they queue? Because it's sound alerts, I guess. I didn't put sound alert to queue, so could be my bad. Actually, it is my bad. Oh, Shilar is already encumbered. Okay.
Oh no.
Where's the 8? 8-0. Yeah, try to sleep, have good sleep, Rocket. 1. 8.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Were you alone when you died?
Gods abandoned me and Vance.
Wait, that's a spam? Why were you in the basement?
Hiding. Frightened.
How did you die?
Goblins. Laughing. Cutting.
Goblins here? Who are you?
Toll collector. Martin.
Under the toll collector? Yeah, I don't know why that counts as spam, to be honest.
888888888888888888888.
I mean, I guess that works. That works. We take those, I guess. More things to take. Can I have everyone use salami? Is it possible for For Karlach to use salami. That's the question, isn't it? Are you proficient with salami?
Damn, it's good to be alive.
You're proficient with salami, okay. There we go. Actually no, just one sausage is good enough. That is the perfect weapon. Alright. Perception failed? Oh god. God, there's something I never thought I hear someone ask. Are you proficient with salami? There's gonna be bombs.
Careful. There are traps about. Watch yourself. I spy a trap.
I can disarm them. 9999. Did not that I think that just died. Are you proficient with salami? Honestly, it's the first time I hear hot dog being salami.
9 quintillion, 999 quadrillion, 999 trillion, 999 billion, 999 million, 999,000, 999.
He just borked. I don't know why I'm disarming them, but I'm disarming them.
Hot foot. Place is trapped.
Something over there.
Is that one? is that is that one? No, we don't take that. Okay, that didn't happen. That one? What? God, you guys must be hallucinating. That didn't happen. I don't see no one in this game. Oh, one? Never happened. Oh, goodness.
One dragon jam.
Nothing in the chest.
This'll be fun.
Barrel hole.
I'm way too big.
You can say that again. Oh my god.
Open up.
Didn't the person say there's gold down here?
A trap. Time to dance.
What threat did you spot? More vent. What's with the fence? They are not doing anything though. I don't know why I'm disarming them.
Best avoid that trap.
I'm gonna ignore the vents. I don't think they're gonna do anything. Or at least not yet, I think. They'll probably do something once I find like a good loot. Oh, TLDR. I'll take the book though. It's a lever. That's not a lever, it's an important quill. I'm stupid. Do handwear and footwear just not count for armor? Probably not. They didn't mention any armor class or something. Yeah, there's no armor class other than, well, actual armor.
Let's move.
Click? Click? Wait a minute.
Well, well, well. Hey, good looking. Toes, toes.
Click? Hey. So... Ah. Okay, so two of us has to set up. Since Darkers is good at sleight of hand, let's change.
A hero at heart.
No time to rest.
Nice. Perception failed? Why?
A long way to go still. Have to keep pushing. Best avoid that trap.
Okay. Couldn't one just, don't know, put weights under the seats and yes, me knows that bring a risk of being trapped? It probably...
Have a lot on my mind.
It's probably possible, yeah.
In it. Might be useful.
Shit.
Let's have a look.
Channel of spells, you gain heroism. Channel off spells? I don't think I have that. 5 to 16? Oh, 5 to 16 because there's like acid damage. It's okay. I'll just let Karlach use the heckin' salami. I'm sure salami is plenty strong enough.
Open salami.
Can we open salami? I don't think there's opening salami. Ooh. The Chinese.
Can I have a bite of this salami? Please? It sounds so tasty and looks delicious. AWH. Fine, but you are still a cutie.
I'll take cutie. Yeah, all this salami thing is still so new to me. To me, they're just either sausage or hot
Tylra
dog.
is a good girl.
Maybe. Looking good. Need to find a trader soon.
I'm ready. On I go.
I'm sure that's everything.
Let's get going.
Are you sure I can't have a little nibble? Please? Just a small bite? No? I'll beg and beg and beg till it's mine. Alright, fine. I'll just hide in the corner. Wixels hide.
But I'm using it as a weapon. I need the salami.
If not over, then through.
Someone made an open salami resource pack in Minecraft. Huh? Like,
Just another crate.
you can open up salami? That's a lootable bodies? Yeah. Lots of hyena air. Oh, I'm not gonna take intestines. Oh god. Good. So I guess we're done here, kinda?
I'm way too big.
I'm way too
Okay,
big.
compromise. Cut up one of the salami into small sticks. Offer a few sticks to others, but keep the rest as throwing daggers. Godro Yip.
Cut up one of the salami into small sticks, offer a few sticks to others, but keep the rest as throwing daggers. But throwing, I don't think I'm proficient in throwing daggers. No, I'm keeping the salami. The greatest of all loot missing though. The killing. The killing.
Bodies everywhere. Accident or sabotage? That's curious.
Mine. Mine. There's more here. Is there a way to run faster? Because I know there's like a quality of life update in Divinity Original Sin 2. It ups your running speed, so going from a place to a place don't feel as boring because of the slow walk speed. Have I not been here?
Smoke. Something's burning.
Oh look, it's Valkyn's Rest. We found it. Let's save here. Yeah, walk speed increases, cool. Is this good, this bad? Hi. What's up?
He of the unsleeping eyes, grant me the might to carry this burden. Grant me the faith to face darkness without fear.
Baldurian. Looks like he wasn't cut out to be a flaming fists. My condolences to you. Am I a good person? Now, what the hell happened here?
A massacre. Drow and goblins slaughtered the lot. Please, just leave me be.
Oh, okay.
I hear shouting. Someone needs help.
Certainty when we would have doubt. So it is spoken, and so is it done.
Ooh. I hope you guys don't mind me speaking with the dead for a little bit. Inote consilu. It is a nice salami.
The corpse
Hi.
regards you lifelessly.
Why were you at the inn?
Raid. Retrieval. For the absolute.
And what were you trying to retrieve?
Grand. Duke. Absolute. Demands him.
Grand Duke. Was the raid successful? I don't think so. Where were you trying to take the Duke?
To Moonrise Towers.
Was the raid successful?
The corpse remains silent. It does not know.
Fair point. Actually, who are you?
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
Maybe the name could be useful?
Great God, Helm. Allow us peace in this plane and beyond.
Ooh.
Excellent. Strange place to find it.
Excellent armor, you say? It lowers my armor class though. It actually it actually lowers my armor class. No armor is way better, okay? Light armor for who? Will?
Where am I needed?
Stealth checks. Sorry.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
Don't be shy. Is that blood? No, never mind.
Great God, Helm. Allow us peace in this plane.
Inopte concilium.
Skin strong, armor puny.
Lifelessly.
It needs more salami, like, I know you are double-handing it, but you know, just attach salami to the armor, it will totally work.
You know, if there's salami in Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, I would do that. Attach salami to armor, to shield, to weapon, salami on the salami. Why not? Why were you after the Duke?
Absolute. Wants him.
So, goblins and drow is like same? Did you leave any survivors?
Slaves. Good. Raid.
Mission successful?
The corpse remains silent. It does not know.
Okay. How did you die?
Fell. Dagger. Neck. Stupid.
Who are you?
Krog. Hunter.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
Stupid. that is actually sad.
So it is spoken, and so is it done.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Do you know what happened to the Duke?
The corpse remains silent. She doesn't know.
Okay. Do you know any survivors?
Dead or dying.
That's sad. Who are you?
Gauntlet. Marilla. Flaming Fist.
One of them being the airplane run. Don't know whose dagger they died on, but me remember some techniques lower chance of stabbing from a fall.
Baldur's Gate.
Okay. What was that? What was that water effect? Block doors? So they're trying to block more raiders?
Save.
Oh, it's a Baldur. I thought it's something shiny. Save? Okay. Mirrorlet. Why do I feel like I know this name? Kulungo Semima Potwa. Cool.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Do you have any valuables nearby? Why were you at the inn?
From Eltergard. Traveling. Sister's wedding.
Who are you?
Mirrorless. Farmer.
How did you die?
Finding husband Benrin inside. Door locked. Trapped. Fire.
Weddings and raid with many deaths seems to go together well. Yeah, even in Tekken 6 Miguel Tekken 6 opening, Miguel's sister's wedding got raided. Where's Benrin?
Inside. Room. Top floor.
Valuables nearby?
Dowry. For sister. In barn.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
What if I cast on them again? Corpse can no longer speak. Oh, wow, that's clever. Okay, okay. Okay, how do I get top floor? Oh!
Fire! Hurry! Get this thing off me!
Oh, I know you. Brace yourself to lift the wreckage. Bard performance. Pretend the beam is too heavy to lift. Oh my god, I'm so mean. Trying to leverage this shifter beam. Yeah, I have +1 from strength. I can do this. I'm seeing the guidance. Do I even use these? Increases your strength to... No need. It's only 10. Oh my god, they give a 1. They should have shattered your every single bone possible. Holy shit, how are you even intact?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, enter turn-based mode, the game pauses around you and the time is broken down into rounds that represent 6 seconds each. Turn-based can use to avoid traps, perils, or being spotted. Why?
Find a way out.
Ooh, potato porridge. Eyewitness account, mine. Oh my god, TLDR, TLDR, help. Boop, boop, boop. I'm taking it though. Can I just like exit turn-based mode? I don't like this.
Mary. 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 No. God, no, no, no. You should have stayed. You should have been with me.
Oh. How'd you actually get separated? She was trying to get back to you.
No. No. Why didn't you run? Why didn't you hide? This is all my fault. We were arguing. She ran off. If I just kept my mouth shut about that bloody dowry, she'd still be here.
About the dowry, I know where it is. This is on you, there's no way you could have known. Yeah, let's keep my dead knowledge to myself, alright?
I'm sorry, Mary. I'm so sorry. Please, just go. I need a moment with her.
Fair. Oh wait, what if I cast Revivify? Can you cast Revivify, Shadowheart? You do have Revivify, right? Oh, you don't have a level 3 spell slot. Oh, God damn it. How about a scroll Revivify? Must be a playable character. Ah. Boo. Boo, I say boo. Alright, we good, I think. Should take a short rest.
Freshened up and ready to fight.
Still don't understand water.
Keep pushing! Duke Ravengard could be inside. On count of 3. 1, 2.
Ravengard? He's here.
Yes! Now make yourself useful. Push, damn it, push!
Bard. We can do it! Put your backs into it! Push! You heard her, we'll get in there. I'm sure if I go, then Will will also go now, huh? I just kinda want to do this. Okay, look, I'm a dragonborn. I'm kinda strong, okay? Fine, I'll do it, alright? Oh, that's a 20? I thought that's a 1. Wait, 1 and 20 looks a little bit too samey. Oh shit.
Inside! Hurry! We don't have much time!
Is it because I critical successed? We have time. Take all the potato, butter bun, white bread, butter bun, sourdough bread, bagel, butter bun. Ooh, bake it. Bake it's mine. Bake it. Mmm, butter bun, bagel. Boiled potato? Oh god. I mean, it's not bad. Potato, onion, corrugate. Shut up. I'm getting food. Shut up. Shut up. I ain't getting food. Shut up. Why am I blinded? Everything's still in good condition. Not the rotten tomato though. Dried sausage links. Roughly cut ham. Is that a water barrel? Shit, destroy that. We don't take those, get that out of here. Mods work fast. I have fast hands as well, haha. Knock knock, get kicked.
Looks empty.
Who's trapped? Who's trapped? If only I can see shit. How the frick do you click in, what, half a second? Oh yeah, there's like a button that I can ban people immediately. So yeah, I can ban people really fast. Better not trigger my trigger finger. Hehe. Kobo might be a little bit too fast for her own good. Aren't you worried about misfire? I will always read through things first. And of course I'll be careful with like my mouse placement. Yep, hex I say. Wow. Blasphemous. I couldn't believe it. The cowboy's being a hacker man or hacker woman. Wow. Who's dying? Who is trapped? Oh, maybe the trap is upstairs. Whoa. I'm gonna do like 3 clicks to ban someone in mod view. Oh. I can show you the buttons that I have. I have these buttons that I can just like immediately ban, timeout, or delete message. So here, you see a little bit, right? Like these buttons. Oh, of course I'm not gonna ban Ryuki, Jesus. There's ban, there's timeout, and delete. So I can do it really fast. Kinda, sort of. I can just ban someone if I select their name. Tell the mod icons, click once. Oh yeah, I think those things I shown is like, yeah, mod icons, I believe. Yeah, only on PC will be the most efficient because, you know, Twitch mobile sucks. Period. I'm burning. Whole chicken. Whole chicken. Pork loin. Why got some sassy user? Yalla. You are not here to protect Kopo. I said no. I said no. Oh! I'm trying to find out who's trapped. Are you upstairs? I think the help is coming from upstairs, right? Okay, okay. Mobile app is trash in general. Yeah. Promote the scams.
You're in my way.
Stop wasting time.
Not now.
Man, they don't even know how to break the door. God, let me show you. With my salami.
Come. I'm afraid proper thanks must wait.
Okay. Case file.
Though an official document, this appears to be one of many hastily produced copies documenting the night of Eltral's descent into Avernus. Emir. I am acting Godlet Emir of the Flaming Fist. Repeat what you told my people for the room to hear. Shepherd. You should be helping, aren't you supposed to help? Emir. First, I need to know what happened. Shepherd. It's gone. The city, the light, the companion. I was born in its glow. Never seen real darkness before.
Who, what, where, what is that?
Emir. Get a grip on yourself, man.
Who's Emir?
Shepherd. There was no sound to begin with. The sky flickered, dark and then light again. Then the companion changed, from gold to black. My farm's almost a half-day's ride from the city, but I could hear the screams. Thousands of people plunged into darkness while the world went mad. Emir. And then? Shepherd. More lights but dark lights. It makes no sense, I know.
Fresh air can't cure. Gauntlet, a new duty calls.
They came from the companion, wicked streaks stabbing into the city and tearing it apart.
I'm sorry,
Then the
I have
sky,
to.
the ground,
I have to
the buildings, they
I don't know
all
what's going on though.
folded in on themselves.
Make it
Like
softer.
an invisible hand were crushing
Hey.
them. Emir. In the city? Shepherd.
I don't know what is that.
Elturel is gone. Emir.
Yes.
When did this happen?
The drow
Shepherd.
have your father.
Yesterday. I fled through the darkness until I found you. Emir. Lock him up.
Raven Guard, I know that name. A
I've done
Grand
nothing wrong.
Duke, you say?
You got to go and help them.
What's the document I want to read later? Which document I want to read? I mean, usually when things goes TLDR, I would not want to read them anymore. Maybe a little harsh. I think AI is trying to make D&D campaign. Will you're a son of nobility?
The circumstance of my birth is no matter of pride for neither me nor my father. But pride is no reason to refuse help to my own flesh and blood. How can we help?
Rescue Ravengard from his drow captors. Baldur's Gate needs him now more than ever.
Trust us to see it through, Counselor.
Why entrust this to me? You have others at your command. The drow took the Duke to Moonrise Tower. I owe no fealty to some upper city tough. I know that he is much beloved by the city, isn't he? I'll travel west to rescue Duke Ravengard. You have to find somebody else for the job. The drow took the Duke to Moonrise Towers.
Moonrise Towers, along the old road. That place is cursed. Few could survive there, unless darker forces are at work. This was no random attack. The Grand Duke was their target.
Who is this Duke of Ravengard? know that name. He's much beloved by the city, isn't he?
A champion indeed. He's the invisible force holding Baldur's Gate together. Without him, the city faces collapse. In fact, I fear that may have been the intention of those who abducted him.
You need to find him without my help. I've done all I can for now. I'm pretty sure Will's gonna kill me if I say this. Like, are you sure? And everyone just disapproves. Like, I'll head west to find Duke Ravengard, okay? Jeez. My goodness. They were Kobo to this. I can't believe it. Wow. I'll find Duke Ravengard. Okay.
Thank you. When the Grand Duke returns to the city, he'll hail his only son, a hero.
How about me?
Approach the towers with care. The land itself has been swallowed in shadow. I will seek reinforcements and join you when I can. Remember, Will, courage is found in the battle against fear, not in the defeat of it.
So Father said. I won't soon forget.
Fist to work.
We learned that Grand Duke was captured by Drow and taken westward. Oh, it's the first time I get to choose something that I can get. Electric Veins. When the wielder deals damage with a spell or cantrip, they gain 2 lightning charges. The Jolt Shooter. I'm not proficient with any of these. When the wielder deals damage using this weapon, they gain 2 lightning charges. Gosh, I kinda like Trident though. I'll take this one. Maybe someone can use it. Shadowheart is also using long range weapons. Wait, no, Shadowheart has Ignis. Maybe Karlak?
I'd love to, thanks.
Nice! Okay, Karlak. 2 to 9. 2 to 9. Okay, fair.
Still alive, so that's progress.
On the topic of modding, what does mod view actually do? It just seems to clutter what can be done instead with simple commands. I've never been a mod before, so I have no idea, to be honest. Shit.
You can put distance between you and yesterday, but you'll never leave it fully behind. Father's words. Hard to argue with them. Floric spoke true. I'm a Grand Duke's son.
Well, he's not just any Grand Duke. He's Baldur Ravengard, the most influential Duke in the city.
Then the choice is clear. We shall rescue Duke Ravengard. Aren't you worried your father's been abducted? Of course he is. I can't trust you if you keep secrets like this, so I'm not interested in your lineage. I knew this. In the back of my mind, Ravengard's son left the gate. I recall some few things about the gate, but Ravengard having a son is news to me.
Just the one. Yours truly. My father and I were close once upon a time, until he disowned me and cast me out of Baldur's Gate.
Oh shit.
Such a rift isn't so easily mended. But it's not so wide that I'd let my own father suffer at his captor's hands.
What do you think the Drow wants with your father?
I've been asking myself the same question. What makes a Duke of Baldur's Gate so interesting to the Drow? Even the houses of Men's Oberanzen would have little use for my father. No, this is no Drow plot. These absolute nutters, these true souls are behind his abduction.
Yeah.
His absence alone will sow chaos in the city. If they were to infect him, he could lead Baldur's Gate to ruin. All the more reason to find him. The Absolute has seized not just my father, but the future of the Sword Coast.
Shit. I kind of forgot what it's like myself too. I just know I looked at it. So most things can be done with command variables and when nope on it. Provide space to review information like redeem, stream info, user info, or the mod queue, watch list polls. That makes sense if one wants to keep everything in one tab. Yeah. But man, modding seems like a tough job. Very tough. Let's talk about something else.
I'm all for it.
We can leave this next time. Travel to Mountain Pass, Open Camp, the thing. Find the mushroom picker that's like below. I think I did pretty much most of the thing here. Let's go sell things. It's been easy for me most times. Most furry streams tend to have good beans. Nice, good to know. Good beans like y'all here right now. Take that, haha. Take that. You cannot take it back now, hmm? Most of the time, bad apples usually yash slurs and stuff, so easy to pick.
You too.
Too late. Fine, I'll take it. Yeah, for the children that comes in the chat and just like spam slurs and shit, that one at least Automod can take care of, so I'm not too worried.
It'll take a while for us all to recover. Of course.
Money.
Tylra is a good bean, a good girl, and a good kobo. Godro
Oh
bongo, Godro bongo, Godro bongo.
Oh my god. Y'all too kind. Yeah, y'all too kind. I'll leave one bone because Scratch gave me one bone. I think this juicy apple is from Auntie Ethel. One bone is all you need most times. True enough. We actually can't remember examples of someone being banned which were like by followers or link or die furry extremely obvious. Yeah, I mean, I remember when I first played, I don't know if I still remember, but when I play Jackbox games and then people just like keep drawing like diggity dick dicks and shit on the game, it's like thinking they're funny. And then after I'm like, okay, that's the last warning. And it's like, and then they start to go berserk. It's like trying to say all the slurs and shit. That was also very easy, but it also made me feel like I don't like playing Jackbox games on stream. Yeah, the reason for banning, yeah. Because I vaguely remember there being like sort of a good sport, you know, joining the game, being an okay person, and then they slowly just draw something that's quite sus, and then to a point where it's just like, okay, that's too much, and then they just go berserk. Like, a few passwords for friends and it's safe, yeah. See, here's the conundrum. I love playing the game, but I just don't have the courage to find someone to play with me. Because I feel like I'm just not interesting in any way possible. So playing Jackbox with me would be so boring and also awkward. Four? Nice, that's all the money. Thank you, I got all your money.
May you keep balance.
Set my modding tags with that message. I have certain terms highlighted for when I'm mod, so I can I can sort them. Jackbox can be tricky. Most big streamers seem to use lotteries for chatters and not totally open queue. Yeah. That would be clever. Yeah, Damon is not here anymore.
The bear is preoccupied with a shiny pebble. Your presence goes unnoticed.
It might have been better if you'd stayed away. Don't say that. Come now. Put the window straight and then just let it.
Makes a lot of sense. Have the mice to work faster. Like legit, I'm trying to pounce. It plays a sound and high as the message in bright colors, ready to be connived. Bear like shiny petals. See, me rating bears, saying that I want to rate the shinies makes sense. It's true.
Freshened up and ready to fight.
I feel like I didn't do much today.
Bear, Hayaba Point.
Hayaba Point. Blighted Village, no. Underdark, Saluna Outpost. Underdark, my colony here. You killed 2 beholders. I actually forgot about that. Alright, we are back here.
Bear witness to the bear Hayaba shocked Hayaba shocked Hayaba shocked Hayaba cookie Hayaba cookie Hayaba cookie.
The corpse twitches in response.
Bear.
Bear.
Awaits your first question.
Oh shit. What was your role in the circle?
Like its living counterparts, the corpse speaks in your mind.
To grow, to know, to be one with the circle.
How did you die?
Burn. Greed wars. Hurt.
Great Wars? Like these grey dwarfs, what did they want here?
No. Death. No death.
They want to kill gnomes? Who were you? Aren't they just like... aren't they just mushrooms? We're getting gnomed! What was life in the circle like? Oh god, too many gnomes, help!
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
You wanna know a secret? You wanna know a secret? Y'all want to know a little secret that I kept to myself? Just a tiny little secret that I have? Just a bit of a secret? There it is. Exclamation mark O is a thing.
Well?
Secret. Oh. Hail of Thorns. I think I already sold everything.
Despite everything.
Okay, so we're trying to find... You did it once outside of stream. You were here? Oh. Spicy pork sausage. We speak very simply. It's either yip or oh. Yip or. I'm just okay here. Oh, okay, go down from here. Okay, today might be a little short session because I'm already feeling hungry. Kobold Linker seems almost too simple. Well, I mean, simple is best, don't it? I mean, look at me being a kobold and speaking English in like okay-ish. I don't know. I don't. No, jokes aside, I don't know if my English is good enough. But look at me, a kobold speaking like this. I should just go and.
Looks abandoned.
I should just like gone like yip 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 yip. Oh yip yip yip. The whole stream. Everyone comes in, what the fuck? And they're like, oh, kobold, okay, makes sense. A short sword of first blood, this is strong. Break the unbroken. Additional 1 to 8 piercing damage to target, still have all the hit points. Yo! Let's make it easy to pick up. Ease of use is important? Yeah. English good? Good to know. Actually, it's an easy time understanding most of what you say. Can't say about everyone. Glad to know. Easy yip understanding. Me yip that about everyone. What about only yipping redeem? Only speaking yip for 3 minutes? Ooh, that's 3 minutes of incoherent language. I'll take it. That's actually good. Let's make it real. Let's make Let's make Yip language real. Duergar? Myconid? It seems like there's only like Duergar and Myconids here. let's make Yip language real. And you make Yip 1 point during that duration too? I don't know how to change that, but I can try. Like, how do they change the redeem cost on a redeem? Something bots? I should look into it. Not again. Safest. I know this thing's safest. I know Drip and Bunny have redeems that do that. Even Tikri has one. Or you could do it manually if you need time to recognize the redeem. Doing it manually might be a little too much of a trouble. I'll look into it. I think StreamerBot might be able to do that. What is you? Oh my god, you're kinda cute though. It's like a bored lizard. Blind sight. This creature can perceive its surroundings without relying on sight. Dark vision. Multi-attack prone. Can make a multi-attack if the target is prone. Oh shit. Monstrosity. Oh, there's only one of you. A vulture mantis hybrid. Yeah, exactly. It looks very good, not gonna lie. Like NGL, that looks amazing. Dang it. I don't know if I need a spiritual weapon here. This guy has 75 health. If things go south, then maybe.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Patient defense? You have advantage on dexterity saving throws. 1 turn. And if they go west? If they go yip? What about west? I don't know. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, mister? Or okay, you thing? You're gonna get it now. I'm gonna do a long rest soon anyway. I'm pissed. Morning, Everlight Eternal. Eat my sausage! Yep. Use Conqueror and Hook Horror. Needs 15 to eat, they rolled 8. We take those. They also gain advantage on me though, which is kinda scary. Nice, hot dog is so strong!
This is my time.
Are you strength? Oh, you are very strength, okay. Oh, Dolok is so good now. Four key points, okay. Sneak! Sneaku! Yo! And then the double punch. Yo yo! The fuck? God damn it. I thought I'm cool. Yeah, honestly, everything seems pretty fine. Like, despite me getting bullied right now. Take you. Oh my god. Breeze? Spend 6 meters of your movement speed for the rest of your turn. Roll range damage twice. Is the highest result. Maybe not. Where's my sausage? I'm gonna use my sausage. Go to... Hi, Bailey. I don't want to go to bed yet. Not cool. Hard. You got hard in Overdrive Lady, remember? Okay. True. Yes, I forgot. Multiple times. Speaking about... It's shock. One more hot dog. Nice. Hot dog's too OP. Oh yeah, also Bailey. Tonight's session is still going on, right? I'm gonna, maybe I'll end here since I'm already feeling a little hungry. Yeah, I want food. Sausage very good damage. Yeah, sausage actually not that bad. I would assume that sausage would deal like 1 damage, 1/1, but no, it actually deals like good damage. See? 6 to 11. About 1 hour of our then DRG. Sure. Yeah, I should have enough time. When I'm ready, I'll just like Discord message you maybe, or I'll just jump into your chat and just like throw all the things to you. I was like, I'll throw everything. Use the sausage numbers for belly instead of killing. Now will be a good time, yeah. I'll just be in the friends welcome VC for you. Friends welcome VC. Oh god. In your server, right? Let me double look, see, check. Oh wait, I don't think it is. Throwing things at the bear so wooed? Nah, those are throws of appreciation. Just added you. Oh, okay, okay. Oops, sorry. Oh, okay. I saw it now. Then I'll just save here. Also feeling hungry. Don't you want to take the shinies? How could you do that if you're busy throwing things? See, it's a distraction. You forgot Cobalt works in packs. I have backups. I'm just I mean, what? Nah, nothing happened. Did I say something? Throw shinies confused. No, I'm not throwing shinies at them. I'm throwing things at them. For distractions. Yeah, distractions. Throw shinies with that. Why? why the sudden duct tape? Exposed Cobalt reviews plot. Nuh-uh. I would never expose my Cobalt brethrens. Oh, this one is still good. The best. This is the best music. So it sticks better distraction, but I don't want to hurt fur. Like if I were to say I'm throwing things to Bailey, I don't want to hurt her fur. It's just distraction, not destruction. Yeah, the best music. The best music. Destruction? Nah, that's on you, not me. Gorilla Glue? That sounds even more destructive. Monk so OP? Yeah lah, because I use Monk ma. I use Monk, so I make Monk look like very, very strong one. Actually, I have no idea. I mean, Barbarian seems even more OP to me. Have you seen how Karlach attacks? That's insane. Barbarian, nah. Nah, it just 30 per hit. How far are you? What the fuck? How do you even do 30 per hit? How long have you played this game? They demolish? You know, use rage? I've been using rage and I'm using sausage chewer, okay? Oh, nice red prints. Your background is red prints. Wow. 34 hours on record. I play for 52 hours. Are you... Are you just speed running? Are you so fast? No play with you. Look. I got nothing, okay? I got nothing. Look, guilty, okay? Guilty. Not bully. Not bully. You guys are too good. I remember playing Divinity Original Sin 2 with you guys and you guys just being too good and I just keep dying. And I'm just collecting plates to buy scroll revivify. Or whatever scroll that is. The same page was still on Roxas from looking it out last time. Grew from 31 to 34 since then. You keep dying cause you monk. What the fuck? I didn't even play with you. What do you mean you keep dying because I'm monk? Just be paladin then, I think. Is paladin the tank or barbarian fighter? Can you equip 2 shields? two shield like in Dark Souls. Whoa. Become monk too? Yeah, you have such high regards for a monk. Why don't you be one as well? Monk good. Paladin's tanky healer. Yo, that's so good. It kind of sounds like cleric as well. I mean, Shadowheart right now is also like kind of a tank and also healer. A massive healer as well. Paladin is kind of like tank, kinda. Barbarian is rage and sturdy. Yeah, I feel. Oh, that reminds me that there's a flail that I can use. The flail that life steals. I think that's a good weapon for Karlach, but that's for the future me to think about, right? I'm still gonna keep playing this game because I am mega interested in the stories, and yeah, I want to know more. I want to know much about the game, learn more about D&D, look at Dragonborns, find kobolds hopefully, stuff like that. Game's great. Paladin is not exactly super tank, but it can make it work. The lack of consistent taunts are the issue. Oh yeah, there's taunts. Yeah, I figure taunts in games like this would be really strong. Maybe I think too much MMO tank, which pulls everything. That I don't know. Is there any kobold? Wait, only warlock? Warlock is pretty strong. My like now that Will is like level 5, I can blast 2 Eldritch Blasts. So I hex them, double Eldritch Blast, their health just melted. I know tanks which is taunt and then AoE kill everything, like Rabbit Mario. Rabbit Mario? What? Rabbit Mario is a tank that can kill everyone? Oh guys, look, this is sad. I searched for kobold tag and this is what I see. Only Daz and me? Oh. We need more kobolds. Need to find more kobolds. Well, how about a dragon? Oh, I forgot. Dragon is not really a good tag, to be honest. Yeah, dragon, and then it's just a lot of anime girl somehow. Oh, I saw a name, Ruku Ryukami. I was like, is Ryuki streaming? It's like the two. It's so similar. I thought it's the same person, but no. Is that Ryuki? Mini HP attracts everything, explodes, and then hammer. Also uses some setup. Forgot other examples, but I think it's an archetype. Need more kobold? Never enough kobold, not gonna lie. There is... Ooh, someone's playing Baldur's Gate 3, there's a dragon? Been live for about 2 hours. It's just a fluffy dragon who plays a variety of video games. Wow! Their PC is so strong, holy shit! Oh, I play further than them. Let me listen to them a little bit. Thing is, he heals more than his entire HP with damage when he does that, and petrifies at the same time. What? Get strong PC too someday? Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Someday. Hopefully soon, because I do want stronger PC so that I can do more things. And being able to do ZBrush without fearing that it will crash any moment would be a blessing. Just save every turn. No, too mature. Oh, right, Beagle. You looking at Dragon streaming Baldur's Gate 3? Yeah. I'm gonna rate him. It's a fluffy dragon. What's better than a dragon? Fluffy dragon. What's better than a kobold? Fluffy kobold. Yeah. Fluffy. Fluffy, good. Oh, they have Astarion? I kind of feel bad. just like put away Astarion like that. I'm sorry, Bracky. Look, all dragons are great. Alright, all dragons are... I love all dragons. Dragon good. Dragon very, very nice. Rogue good. Floof? Okay, 2 hours in. I believe I can just rate them. Yeah. Let's rate someone new. I'm a little terrified when I wanted to rate someone new, but let's put that fear behind me and try. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for being here. Also, let me summon Bernie real quick. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Also, thank you too, Lex. Yeah, I've been like whenever I have free time, I just sort of trying to. I'm trying to post videos to YouTube. We're gonna see Goblin Quest. Yeah.
Hey
oh,
chat, did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tylra is the most compatible kobold for dragons? It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got. She has horns.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I mean, you can do a lot of things with those horns. I mean, they're long. It looks like they're kind of rounded on the tips, you know. Hold. You could do a lot of things with them, like handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle. Instead of holding your waist, they could hold your horns.
Alright, I'm ready to raid.
Rev noises, but kobold. Motorcycle.
Okay. Well, I won't be streaming tomorrow and the day after. Alright, Tuesday and Wednesday, as always. But Thursday I will play more. Probably play more Baldur's Gate. Probably. No Baldur's Sage. What do you mean? I've been playing Baldur's Gate for so long. Longer than you even. Okay, I type in the raid. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. Alright, now that you guys are loved, valid, and matter, very valuable. Love y'all. Okay. Here comes the raid to a new dragon. I assume that is pronounced as niche. I hope I'm not. I hope I'm not butchering the name. I'm sorry. Yeah, there it is. The dragon. There we go. Here we go. Here comes the raid. We're gonna raid dragon. Now all my tabs are turning niche. Niche, nice dragon. Oh, nice. Good to know. Good to know. I mean, all dragons are great. Not biased. all dragons are great. Zero biased. Bye bye. Bye bye, Everlight Eternal. Thank you all. I love y'all. You guys make me happy. This is happy kobold noises. Oh, Bailey just started. Oops. It's okay. There's always chance to rate.
Yep.
Always chance to rate her.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
All right, we're rating his shiny because we can. That dragon. Did you treat Cobalt well? Yay. I'm gonna wait for the timer to go down. So, be safe, everyone. Love y'all. See you on Thursday. Bye bye. Bye. Re-rate because we can. We're gonna get the shiny. Shiny. Oh my god.